Chapter 474. As soon as the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire charged over, they managed to injure 2 of the experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Without slowing down at all, they continued toward the other 3 people hovering in the air. Bastards, who was in charge of this information? Why are there so many experts in Changyang Prefecture? The 5 Heaven Saint Masters surrounding Chang Wuji also noticed what was happening below. Their expressions immediately changed, and they immediately sent 3 people to intercept the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, leaving 2 behind to deal with Chang Wuji. The 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire did not say anything. An intense battle erupted as soon as they came into contact with the experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Among the experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, the red-haired old man who was a 4th cycle Heaven Saint Master faced off against Xiao Tian, while the others each blocked an imperial advisor of the Qin Empire. The middle-aged man who had captured the king of the kingdom of Jessen also passed the king to the people beside him. He said, "I'll leave him to you. Watch him carefully. I'll go lend them a hand." The old man beside him held the king of the kingdom of Jessen in his left hand and the unconscious Bai Dao in his right. He said, "Be careful." The middle-aged man sternly nodded. He took out his saint weapon and charged into the battle. Over a dozen Heaven Saint Masters engaged in an intense battle in the air above Changyang Prefecture. The red-haired old man had only exchanged a few blows with Xiao Tian when he was struck in the chest by a palm strike. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood as his face paled in a single moment. Xiao Tian was a 5th cycle Heaven Saint Master and an imperial advisor of the Qin Empire. His battle prowess was unrivaled even among 5th cycle Heaven Saint Masters. His battle prowess was no weaker than a 6th cycle Heaven Saint Master, so the difference between him and the red-haired old man was extremely great. They were not even on the same level. After witnessing Xiaotian's strength, the red-haired old man's expression became more serious. He shouted, "There are no experts like you in the kingdom of Jessen. You are not from the kingdom of Jessen. Who are you?" Xiao Tian couldn't be bothered to answer. Without saying a word, the saint weapon in his hand continuously attacked the red-haired old man. Soon, the red-haired old man was forced to the point where he couldn't fight back at all. All he could do was block the attacks. "Quickly come and help me." Having fallen into such a dangerous situation, the red-haired old man couldn't care less about his face anymore, and he shouted loudly for help. Hearing the old man's call for help, 2 pale-faced Heaven Saint Masters with a trickle of blood at the corner of their mouths immediately joined in. They worked together to stop Xiao Tian. The 2 of them were the people who had wanted to go to Changyang Prefecture to capture the Glan Princess, but the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire had suddenly appeared and injured them as soon as they clashed. However, the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire had already heavily injured the 2 of them. They could only use 70 or 80% of their battle prowess at most. Even when they worked together with the red-haired old man, they were unable to suppress Xiao Tian. They could only barely maintain the balance. Chang Wuji's pressure immediately decreased after losing 3 opponents. With his strength that was basically on par with Xiao Tian, he managed to make up for his disadvantage in just a few exchanges, suppressing the 2/3 cycle Heaven Saint Masters and preventing them from fighting back. Out of the 10 Heaven Saint Masters from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, one of them had to take care of the king and Bai Dao of the kingdom of Jessen, so only 9 people participated in the battle. Out of the 9, Xiao Tian fought 3 by himself while Chang Wuji fought 2. Both of them held the upper hand. The remaining 4 Heaven Saint Masters from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom engaged in an intense battle with the 4 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. Qing Xiaofan, Dongyi Junbai, Chao Kachin, and Tian Luo. 2 of the imperial advisors of the Qin Empire were 3rd cycle Heaven Saint Masters, while the other 2 were 4th cycle Heaven Saint Masters. They were an entire level stronger than their opponent. Coupled with their extraordinary battle prowess, they completely suppressed the experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom as soon as they clashed. Very few people of the same level of strength could defeat them in a one-on-one battle. After all, the Qin Empire was one of the 8 great kingdoms on the Tian-Yuan continent, second only to the 3 great empires. The people who could become imperial advisors of the Qin Empire were the cream of the crop, the elites of the elite. The battle between 15 Heaven Saint Masters could be described as earth-shaking. Every time they clashed, every clash of energy would erupt with a great boom. The deafening sound reverberated far and wide, reaching all of Lore City. At that moment, everyone in the city stopped what they were doing and stared in the direction of Changyang Prefecture curiously. Even the mercenaries who were dining in the restaurant ran out of the street or climbed up to the roof of the restaurant to look in the direction of the sound. All kinds of discussions were incessant. What's going on? Why is there such a great disturbance all of a sudden? The sound seems to have come from Changyang Prefecture. What's going on in Changyang Prefecture? The disturbance caused by the battle between over a dozen Heaven Saint Masters was just too great. All of Lore City had been alarmed. Even though they were very far away, a few experts were still able to sense the violent ripples of energy in the air. In a courtyard belonging to a mercenary group in Lore City, a bare-chested, burly man quickly walked out of his room. He stared at the sky with an extremely stern expression and said in surprise, "What's going on? The energy of the world is actually rippling so violently. Don't tell me there's a battle between Heaven Saint Masters?" The Earth Saint Masters of the 3 other large clans of Lore City all walked out of their rooms as well. They all stared at the sky in shock. The energy ripples in the sky were just too violent. As long as they were Earth Saint Masters, they could clearly sense them. The vast and boundless energy ripples caused them to shudder. The ripples from the battle between over a dozen Heaven Saint Masters were far more violent and powerful than a battle between just a few Heaven Saint Masters. The energy ripples are coming from the direction of Changyang Prefecture. Don't tell me there's a battle in Changyang Prefecture? Only Changyang Prefecture has Heaven Saint Masters in Lore City. Just what's going on in Changyang Prefecture? The people of the 3 large clans and the Earth Saint Masters who remained in Lore City all guessed. They were extremely curious, so they all hurried in the direction of Changyang Prefecture. The City Lord's estate in Lore City was also alarmed. The City Lord led a few Earth Saint Masters and quickly rode a few magical beasts to Changyang Prefecture. Now, all the Earth Saint Masters in Lore City guessed that there was a battle between Heaven Saint Masters in Changyang Prefecture. All of them stopped what they were doing and hurried in the direction of Changyang Prefecture. No matter what happened in Changyang Prefecture, a battle between Heaven Saint Masters was not to be missed. This was an opportunity for them. If they were lucky, they might be able to comprehend the mysteries of how Heaven Saint Masters controlled the energy of the world from the battle. From there, they might be able to break through and reach a higher level of cultivation. Now, Changyang Prefecture was in chaos. Over a dozen Heaven Saint Masters were fighting above. The shock waves of energy caused the people of Changyang Prefecture to suffer greatly. The entire Changyang Prefecture was destroyed in an instant. A large number of guards and servants fled in all directions. Quite a few people were struck by the shock waves of energy from above, dying a violent death. In just a few short breaths, not a single intact house could be found in the huge Changyang Prefecture. All the houses and buildings had been destroyed. Even the discussion hall in the center of Changyang Prefecture had collapsed. The library where the martial arts manuals were stored had also collapsed. The tower that was several dozen meters tall had directly collapsed, destroying a large number of buildings. A few unlucky servants had even been crushed by the tower as they constantly let out miserable cries. "Patriarch, run! Hide!" A few guards loyally protected Changyang Ba as they forcefully pulled Changyang Ba to the basement. "First, madam, let's go." Some of the guards immediately pulled the panic-stricken Ling Long far away. A ball of flame shot down from above and directly hit a house. Flames shot up into the sky, and the entire house seemed to have been engulfed in a raging fire. Ahu, Ahu, go save our Ahu! Ahu is still in the house. Ling Long stared at the raging fire in an extremely urgent manner as she cried out in a sobbing voice. You protect the first, madam. I'll go save the first, young master. A guard captain ordered a person to immediately charge into the raging fire and rescue Changyang Ba from inside. Quickly cover the second, madam, and go to the basement. Under the protection of several guards, Yu Fengyan also ran towards the basement with a panicked expression. At the same time, Bai Yuntian also ran out of the house under the protection of a few guards. Fourth, madam, it's very dangerous outside. Quickly go to the basement. A guard captain hurriedly said. As soon as he finished speaking, a few strands of sword chi shot down from above, leaving behind a few bottomless holes in the ground. The expression on the captain's face immediately froze. Soon after, a stream of blood flowed from the top of his head and flowed down his resolute face. Captain, what's wrong? The guards around Bai Yuntian all cried out. They were filled with grief, and in the end, they could only watch as their captain collapsed in front of them. We can't waste any more time. Hurry and escort the fourth, madam, to the basement. The guards endured their grief and immediately used their bodies to shield Bai Yuntian as they ran to the basement. At this time, another powerful energy storm wreaked havoc down from the sky and lifted a nearby hall from the ground. It wanted to press down in the direction of Bai Yuntian and made the complexion of several guards change drastically. At this moment, a pale green light flashed and disappeared. Ming Luo, who was dressed in white, appeared in front of them. He slashed out a sword chi and cut the 30-meter-tall hall into two halves, resolving the crisis that they were in. Ming Dong stared at the incoming energy storm and sternly said, I'll open the way. Dugufeng, I'll leave Auntie Bai's safety to you. You must protect Auntie Bai well. If anything happens to her, neither of us will be able to answer to Jianchen. Dugufeng stood to one side and cautiously looked around. He sternly said, I'll do my best, but there are just too many Heaven Saint Masters fighting. In front of the powerful energy shockwaves, even the two of us need to be extremely careful. You have to look after me as well. Chapter 475. With the protection of the two Earth Saint Masters, Ming Dong and Dugufeng, Bai Yuntian's safety was guaranteed. Princess Yu had always been by Bai Yuntian's side, so she was also very safe. At this moment, a few more balls of powerful energy shot down from the sky and exploded nearby, creating a few deep craters in the ground. Large amounts of rocks shot in all directions toward Ming Dong and the others. Be careful! Ming Dong yelled out and stepped in front of Bai Yuntian and the Gland Princess. The sword in his hand turned into a blur as he rapidly swung it, blocking the rocks that shot toward him. Dugufeng was also holding a fiery red greatsword in his hand as he stood on the other side. Although the two of them were quite strong, there were simply too many stones. Moreover, there were also waves of energy storms attacking them from time to time. This caused some of the stones to slip through the net. A finger-sized stone broke through the defensive line of the two and brushed past Bai Yuntian's forehead. It left a small wound on Bai Yuntian's forehead. Bright red blood flowed out from the wound. Ah! A painful groan came from Bai Yuntian's side, only to see Grand Princess Yu clutching her left shoulder with a face full of pain. Traces of blood flowed out from the gaps between her fingers, and the clothes on her shoulder were quickly dyed red with blood. What's wrong? Bai Yuntian ignored the wound on her forehead and anxiously looked at Yu, who was in pain. I'm fine, Yu said softly, but her pained expression showed just how much pain she was in. Seeing that Bai Yuntian and Yu were both injured, Ming Dong and Dugufeng, who were responsible for protecting them, both changed their expressions. God damn it! Ming Dong cursed and said, the battle above is becoming more and more intense. We can't delay any longer. Let's hurry to the basement. The few of them immediately sped up and hurried to the basement. The battle in the sky was becoming more and more intense. Although the experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, the difference in individual strength between them and the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire was just too great. As a result, the 9 experts were completely suppressed by the 6 experts of the Chongyang Prefecture. They were basically powerless to fight back and were forced to use their battle skills. Various Earth-tier battle skills were used by the 9 experts, clashing with the experts from the Chongyang clan. The ripples of energy that erupted were so vast that they could shake the surroundings. The surrounding space violently distorted, as if it was about to collapse from the pressure. Although there was an extremely large difference between an Earth-tier battle skill and a Heaven-tier battle skill, an Earth-tier battle skill used by a Heaven Saint Master could not be underestimated, especially when 9 Heaven battle skills were used at the same time. The powerful shock waves of energy were almost equivalent to several Heaven battle skills clashing with each other, almost equivalent to the sky. Arg! Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out. The miserable and pained voice drowned out the booms of the battle. The entire right arm of one of the experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had been chopped off by Chang Wuji. The right arm fell from the sky as blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the sky red. Intense killing intent flashed through Chang Wuji's eyes. He took a few steps in the air and chased after the person who constantly retreated. He then stabbed out with lightning speed, directly piercing through the person's chest. Elder Ping Yun, the other expert who was fighting against Chang Wuji, cried out. He immediately charged over in an attempt to save the expert whose chest had been pierced. Chang Wuji's face turned cold. He pulled out his huge sword from the expert's chest and swung it at the incoming expert as hard as he could. How could the expert, who was only a 3rd cycle Heaven Saint Master, be Chang Wuji's opponent? His saint weapon was struck by Chang Wuji's sword, and the powerful force sent him flying far away. Chang Wuji's face was extremely sunken as killing intent surged in his eyes. How could he not know what was happening in Chongyang Prefecture below? However, he was firmly entangled by the 2 of them, so he could not free himself to save the people below. Chang Wuji's gaze locked onto the expert whose chest had been pierced again. He took a large stride through the air and rapidly approached the expert. He raised his blade and swung it at the expert's head again. Although he could easily kill his opponent with a Heaven-tier battle skill, just the Chongyang clan below would not be able to endure it, let alone the consumption of Saint Force. A single Heaven-tier battle skill would probably raise the entire clan to the ground. The expert's face immediately changed when he saw the huge sword rapidly approaching him. First, he had lost his right arm, and then his chest had been pierced through. He was already extremely heavily injured, so he was unable to block the thunderous strike at all. His body immediately began to sink. Chang Wuji snorted coldly as a 10-meter-long streak of light shot out from the tip of his sword. It slashed down with lightning-like speed, cleaving the expert's head in half and wiping out his soul. The strongest expert of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had died at Chang Wuji's hands, just like that. Elder Ping Yun. A cry rang out. The expert who had been sent flying by Chang Wuji just happened to see this and cried out sorrowfully. Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, I'll definitely make you pay a heavy price today. Chang Wuji roared and immediately charged at him with his huge sword. Seeing that Chang Wuji had already killed one person, the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire seemed to have been provoked. Their attacks became even more ruthless. In just a few short exchanges, they had already heavily injured their opponent, causing him to spit out mouthfuls of blood. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Bang! Suddenly, a scarlet flower of blood blossomed in the air. Xiao Tian's palm landed on an expert's forehead, and the powerful force directly shattered his opponent's head. The second expert of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had died. We can't beat them, retreat. The deaths of two experts in quick succession dealt a huge blow to the other experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. One of them gave up on the idea of continuing the fight and immediately yelled out, abandoning his opponent and fleeing outside. "If I let you escape, I, Qing Xiaofan, won't have the face to return." His opponent, Qing Xiaofan, sneered. Surging wind elemental energy gathered around him as he quickly chased after the escaping expert. The experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were completely suppressed by their opponent. Although they could preserve their lives for a short period of time, they couldn't hold on for too long. Everyone understood that they had suffered a setback this time and had long lost the courage to continue fighting. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the others didn't want to fall behind. They all abandoned their opponents and fled outside. After this period of battle, 2 of the 9 of them had died, and the other 7 were all heavily injured. However, their opponents were completely unharmed. If they continued to fight like this, they probably wouldn't even have the strength to escape. "You want to leave? Not so easy." The 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire chased after them relentlessly. With Xiao Tian in the lead, they all chased after them. Only Chang Wuji didn't chase after them because he was worried about the safety of Changyang Prefecture. At this moment, experts who had heard the news rushed over from all directions. They arrived around Changyang Prefecture and saw a dozen figures fighting intensely in the sky from afar. They couldn't help but be shocked beyond belief. At the peak of the kingdom of Jessen, there were only 10 Heaven Saint Masters on the surface. Including Chang Wuji, who was unknown to outsiders, there were only 11. At this moment, a dozen experts had appeared all of a sudden. This had already surpassed the number of experts the kingdom of Jessen had at its peak. As for Changyang Prefecture, due to the aftermath of the battle, it had already become a mess. All the houses had collapsed, turning into ruins. The servants and guards had all suffered heavy casualties. Although the group of people from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had fled, the battle in the sky still hadn't stopped. The 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire all possessed astonishing battle prowess as they chased after the group of people from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Qing Xiaofan's wind-attributed saint force allowed him to control the element of wind. His speed was the fastest among the 5, and he quickly caught up to his opponent. Without holding back, he attacked with all his strength, using a high-level Earth-tier battle skill to cut off the head of the heavily injured expert. The expert who had lost his head didn't immediately die. Instead, he controlled his head and fled into the distance in panic. In order to kill a Heaven Saint Master, one had to destroy their soul. However, a Heaven Saint Master with only a head left was even more fragile. Not only did he have no battle prowess, but his speed of escape was also much slower. In the blink of an eye, Qing Xiaofan had caught up and chopped his head in half. At this moment, the other 4 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire had caught up to the group of people from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. An intense battle once again took place in the sky. The surging waves of energy affected the area below, causing several streets to be heavily damaged. A large number of buildings collapsed as countless people fled into the distance in panic. A few of the unlucky people were directly struck by the shock waves of energy, dying a violent death. After fighting for a while, another expert from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom died to Xiao Tian's hands. His forehead had been pierced by Xiao Tian's sword, and his soul had been wiped out. His corpse directly fell from the sky, landing on the street. The expert who had captured the king and Bai Dao also understood that it would be very difficult for them to leave this place today if they did not do anything. Thinking up to there, he immediately tossed the king and the black-armored Bai Dao far away in different directions. He yelled out, "If you want the king's life, go catch him." The 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire had stayed in Changyang Prefecture for a few days. They had learned many things from their conversations with Changyang Ba. They all understood the identities of the 2 people. One was the future father-in-law of the imperial protector, while the other was the imperial protector's uncle. Nothing could happen to either of them, so without any hesitation, two of the imperial advisors immediately abandoned their opponents to save the king and Bai Dao. The expert did not flee by himself after throwing away the king and Bai Dao's bags. He immediately drew his saint weapon and unleashed an earth-tier battle skill to save his companion. The other two experts who were free did not flee by themselves either. Ignoring their injuries, they used the short time their opponents had taken to save the king and Bai Dao to assist their companions in repelling the three imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. Afterward, they all used everything they had to flee in a horrible manner. In just a few seconds, the king and Bai Dao had been saved by the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. One of them was weak while the other was still unconscious. If they were to fall from the sky like this, they would be heavily injured even if they managed to survive. We can't let them escape like this. Luo Tian emotionlessly stared at the people from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. He wanted to immediately chase after them. Xiao Tian stopped Luo Tian's actions and sternly said, "Don't chase after them for now. Sir Imperial Protector won't just let this matter slide. The matter at hand is to return to Changyang Prefecture to save the people." Yes, saving the people is more important. If something happens to any of the important people, it'll be difficult for us to explain ourselves, Dongyi Junbai agreed. Afterwards, the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Huang Kingdom returned to the Changyang clan at the same time, leaving behind the corpses of the 2 experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom on the street. The battle that had not lasted for long, but it had shaken up the entire Lore City, had finally come to an end. Chapter 476. It was impossible to find a single undamaged house in Changyang Prefecture. The entire place was a complete mess. All the houses and halls had collapsed. Many injured guards moved through the ruins with stiff expressions as they dealt with the corpses of their companions. Their faces were filled with deep sorrow. Today was an unforgettable and tragic day for Changyang Prefecture. The shock waves of energy from the battle between more than 10 Heaven Saint Masters had caused a large number of guards and servants to lose their lives. Countless people had been injured. The casualties were extremely heavy. The entire Changyang Prefecture was filled with a heavy atmosphere of sorrow. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. Chang Wuji slowly walked out of the basement with heavy step. Compared to before, the expression on his face was much more relaxed now, and he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although Changyang Prefecture had suffered heavy losses in this battle, the important figures of the clan had not suffered any losses. Only a few people had been injured, but it was nothing serious. Chang Wuji arrived at the center of Changyang Prefecture. His deep eyes slowly swept through the surroundings. In the end, he let out a long sigh. His face was filled with sorrow. The 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire also descended from the sky. They stood by Chang Wuji's side. Xiao Tian was the first to ask, "Chang Wuji, how is the situation of the Patriarch and the 4th Madam? Have they been injured?" The 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire were most concerned about Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian because they were the parents of the imperial protector. Chang Wuji shook his head and said, "Thank you for your concern, imperial advisor. Although the Patriarch and the 4th Madam have suffered some light injuries, they are fine." With that, the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire could not help but let out a sigh of relief. If anything had happened to Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian, they really would not have been able to explain it to the imperial protector. The secret of the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire in Changyang Prefecture had never been made public. When the people who had come to watch the show saw the Heaven Saint Masters who had just repelled the 10 experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom land in Changyang Prefecture, they were all surprised. They began to discuss among themselves. No one had thought that so many Heaven Saint Masters would be hidden in Changyang Prefecture. This force was just too great. Cough cough. "See, Senior Chang Wuji, how is your—" The king coughed as he spoke. He would cough up some blood from time to time. Clearly, he had suffered some internal injuries. "Your Majesty, don't worry. Princess Glan is fine," Chang Wuji said. That's good, that's good." His Majesty's heart finally calmed down. Yu was the daughter he doted on the most, so he was naturally very concerned about his daughter's safety. Afterwards, the city lord of Lore City and the representatives of the 3 other clans led a few experts from their clans to Changyang Prefecture to express their condolences. They all spoke some words of concern with a pained expression. However, their gazes were mostly focused on the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. They were all filled with doubt and surprise. The 3 clans of Lore City had all participated in the battle at the northern fort, so they obviously recognized the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. Now that they saw the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire all gathered in Changyang Prefecture and even helped Changyang Prefecture fend off the invaders, they could not help but feel extremely curious. They wondered what the relationship between the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire and Changyang Prefecture was. However, they did not dare to ask such a question, so they could only keep it to themselves and make wild guesses. The city lord of Lore City and the 3 clans were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they each sent a portion of their people to help Changyang Prefecture deal with the aftermath. Although Changyang Prefecture had suffered such a calamity and its entire estate had been destroyed, its prestige had not decreased at all. Instead, it was even greater than before. After all, several peak Heaven Saint Masters had appeared from Changyang Prefecture this time. They had even repelled the experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom who outnumbered them. Suddenly, a streak of azure light shot through the sky. It rapidly flew from the horizon to Changyang Prefecture with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Changyang Prefecture and hovered in the air. "Another Heaven Saint Master has come. What a fast flying speed!" Many people below noticed the figure in the sky and immediately cried out in surprise. They stared at the sky in bewilderment, not knowing if it was a friend or foe. The 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire and Chang Wuji's expression changed slightly. They immediately raised their heads to look, a sharp light flashing in their eyes. However, when they saw the appearance of the figure in the sky, they simultaneously revealed a trace of joy. "The 4th young master has returned. Lord Imperial Protector." The azure figure was Jianshan. After 2 days of non-stop travel, Jianshan had finally returned to Lore City from the Saint Ruler's dwelling. Jianshan hovered in the air, staring blankly at the scene below. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In just a few short days, Changyang Prefecture had undergone such a great change. The originally grand mansion and continuous buildings had all disappeared, leaving behind only ruins and craters riddled with holes, as well as corpses covered in blood. Is this really Changyang Prefecture? Just what has happened? Jianshan stared blankly at the scene below as he muttered to himself. The joy he felt from obtaining the skeleton of a saint ruler was completely washed away in an instant. Jianshan's expression quickly darkened. He slowly descended from the sky, landing in the ruins. Chang Wuji and the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire arrived beside Jianshan at the same time. However, before they could speak, Jianshan spoke first. "Chang Bo, just what has happened here? Why has Changyang Prefecture become like this?" Jianshan's voice was filled with urgency, but his face was filled with confusion. He had just returned, so he had no idea what had happened. Why had Changyang Prefecture become like this? Chang Wuji let out a long sigh and said, "4th young master, 10 experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom came to Changyang Prefecture with His Majesty and Bai Dao. They arrogantly said that they wanted to capture you. In the end, we had a great battle with them in the air, and the shock waves from the battle have reduced Changyang Prefecture to this." A powerful killing intent erupted from Jianshan when he heard that. Jianshan's eyes immediately became extremely sharp, as if he was a hungry tiger. It was chilling. The temperature in the surroundings rapidly plummeted, making a few weaker people feel like they had suddenly fallen into a cavern of ice. They could not help but shiver. "The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom," Jianchen said through gritted teeth. His knuckles cracked from his clenched fists. This time, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had completely infuriated him. Suddenly, Jianchen seemed to think of something. His face changed slightly, and he asked in a hurry, "Changbo, where are my father and mother? Are they all right?" "The Patriarch and the fourth madam are both in the basement. They're only slightly injured," said Chang Wuji. As soon as Chang Wuji finished speaking, Jianchen turned into a blur and charged into the basement like a bolt of lightning. The basement was 100 meters underground. It was rather dim, but it was very large. Even if it could hold over 1,000 people, it would not be crowded at all. There were many rooms in there as well. When Jianchen entered the basement, he saw a few upper echelon and guards of Changyang Prefecture making their way out with heavy expressions. "Fourth young master." A few of the guards recognized Jianchen, so they all bowed. "Where's my mother?" Jianchen immediately stopped a guard and asked. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, so the guard did not dare to look him in the eye. "The fourth madam is in the largest room," the guard replied in a rather panicked manner. Jianchen immediately ran in and arrived in the largest room in the basement very soon. However, it would be more appropriate to describe this room as a cave. As soon as he entered the room, Jianchen discovered that not only were his parents there, but even his first aunt Ling Long, second aunt Yu Fengyan, third aunt Bai Yushuang, and third brother Changyang Ku were all gathered there. They were all in horrible shape. Their clothes were stained with blood, and the fear in their eyes had yet to recede. At the entrance, Ming Dong and Dugufeng were acting as guards. The three of them only communicated with their eyes when they saw each other. They did not say anything. "Mother, are you all right?" Jianchen quickly walked over. His face was filled with concern. However, in the next moment, Jianchen's face changed. He stared at the wound on Bai Yuntian's forehead and said with a trembling voice, "Mother, you're injured." "Xiang'er, I'm fine. Check on Yuer quickly. She's very heavily injured." Bai Yuntian did not care about her injuries at all, but she was very concerned about her daughter-in-law. The princess currently lay on the bed with a pale face. She seemed to be in great pain. Jianchen came to the bed and checked the Glen princess' injuries. His face became rather stern. The Glen princess' left shoulder had been injured by a piece of rock, and the thumb-sized rock was still lodged in her body. There was also a wound on the left side of her back, which was also caused by a piece of rock. The rock had entered her body and almost injured her heart. It was extremely dangerous. Even her organs had been severely shaken, causing her to bleed internally. "Xiang'er, I know you have the ability to save Yuer. You should quickly save Yuer. Her injuries are very serious," Bai Yuntian whispered to Jianchen. Her face was filled with worry. She was afraid that something bad would happen to the princess. Jianchen nodded and said, "The battle outside has stopped. Mother, you should go out and take a look. I'll save you first." Bai Yuntian and the others did not object. After a few words, they walked out of the basement, leaving only Jianchen and the princess in the room. "Brother, we'll also go out first." Ming Dong also pulled Jianchen out of the basement. If it was any other time, Ming Dong would definitely use this matter to tease Jianchen. However, with such a thing happening in Changyang Prefecture, Ming Dong did not have the mood to do so. After everyone left, Jianchen gently closed the door and slowly walked to the bedside. He looked at the princess who was lying on the bed with a complicated expression. The princess had only been in Changyang Prefecture for a few days, but she had already suffered such injuries. This made Jianchen feel very apologetic. He felt that he owed her something. Although the princess was heavily injured, she was still conscious. Her limpid eyes had a strange luster as she stared at Jianchen nervously. Her pale face also had a faint layer of red, revealing the shyness of a woman. In her heart, while she was afraid, there was also a hint of joy and anticipation. Chapter 477. Yu Yu closed her eyes and replied softly. However, the way Jianchen addressed her made her feel unhappy and disappointed. The title Princess of Gran was given to her by the king. Her real name was Yu Yu. Back when they were in the garden of the kingdom of Jessen, Yu Yu had already made it clear to Jianchen that he could address her by her name. Now that Jianchen addressed her with the word princess, she couldn't help but feel that the relationship between her and Jianchen was still so distant. Jianchen naturally didn't understand Yu Yu's thoughts. He stared at the wound on Yu Yu's shoulder for a moment and muttered to himself. Then, he looked into the distance. There was a pair of scissors, gauze, and some top-notch healing medicine prepared. Jianchen picked up a pair of scissors and slowly cut off Yu Yu's clothes. After a series of kacha-kacha sounds, Yu Yu's luxurious robe was cut out in a circle, revealing her white and tender skin. Even a corner of her pink undergarment could be seen. Jianchen could clearly feel Yu Yu's heartbeat quickening. Hence, he explained, Princess Yu Yu, the crushed stone is still in your body. I have to remove it before I can heal you. Yu Yu closed her eyes tightly as she lay on the bed, not saying a word. However, from her stiff body, one could feel the nervousness in her heart. Feeling the cold sensation from her left shoulder, Yu Yu understood that a corner of her body had been completely exposed to a man's eyes. This caused her cheeks to turn slightly red. Ever since she was born, no man had ever seen her body. Jianchen found some gauze and first wiped away the bloodstains around Yu Yu's wound. Then, he slowly placed his palm on the wound. When Jianchen's palm came into contact with Yu Yu's shoulder, Yu Yu's body trembled. Due to her nervousness, her entire body tensed up in an instant. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath. Being so intimate with a girl caused his heart to be far from as calm as it appeared on the surface. However, he quickly calmed down. His eyes were clear as he stared straight at Yu Yu's wound. He said in a low voice, Princess Yu Yu, I'll suck out the stone from your body. Bear with it. Yu Yu's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Her face was flushed red and she closed her eyes, not daring to look at Jianchen. Jianchen calmed down. He placed his palm on Yu Yu's shoulder and sucked. Along with a painful groan from Princess Gran's throat, a stone covered in blood was sucked out by Jianchen. When the stone was pulled out, fresh blood gushed out from Princess Gran's wound like a fountain. At this moment, Jianchen slowly raised his left hand. A ball of milky white light gathered in his palm. The light grew brighter and brighter. In less than a breath's time, the faint white light turned into a dazzling white light. It illuminated the dark room. Although Yu Yu's eyes were closed, she could still feel the dazzling light outside. She opened her eyes out of curiosity and saw a ball of white light gathering in Jianchen's hand. Seeing this scene, Yu Yu's beautiful eyes opened wide. Her face was filled with disbelief. Although she was not a Radiant Saint Master, she was a princess of a kingdom. She had seen Radiant Saint Force many times. That unique white light was something that almost no power could imitate. Naturally, she could recognize that this was Radiant Saint Force that only Radiant Saint Masters could control. Jianchen's hand slowly pressed down on Yu Yu's shoulder wound. He let the Radiant Saint Force heal the wound on her shoulder. Now that Jianchen was a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master, his Radiant Saint Force had become extremely powerful. His healing ability was also far greater than before. Coupled with the fact that Yu Yu's shoulder wound was only caused by a normal stone, it only took a few seconds for the wound to heal completely. Not even a scar remained. Changyang Shodan, you're actually a Radiant Saint Master as well. Yu Yu stared at Jianchen in shock. She found it difficult to calm down. On the Tianyuan continent, there had never been a person who possessed two abilities at the same time. Not only did he possess great talent for cultivation, but he was also a high-class Radiant Saint Master as well. Jianchen smiled. Princess Yu Yu, I hope you can keep this a secret for me. Yu Yu stared at Jianchen with a strange light in her eyes. She nodded forcefully. I will. I definitely won't tell anyone. At that moment, Jianxin's tall figure seemed even more perfect in Yu Yu's heart. Princess Yu Yu, let me continue healing the wound on your back. Yu Yu hesitated slightly when she heard that, but she still nodded gently in the end. She did not turn down his offer. However, just when she wanted to turn around, she pulled at the wound on her back, causing her face to suddenly pale. Her face was filled with pain. You better lie down and not move. Let me do it. Jianchun hurriedly stopped Sima Yu Yu's actions and helped the Grand Princess turn her body over. Then, he helped Sima Yu Yu treat the wound on her back. Jianchun and Yu Yu stayed in the basement for 2 whole hours before emerging side by side. With Jianchun's abilities as a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master, he could even save someone on the brink of death. Yu Yu's wounds were no problem at all. He healed Yu Yu effortlessly. Yu Yu had already changed into a new set of clothes, but there was still a trace of shyness on her cheeks. She would secretly glance at Jianchun from time to time. Her eyes rippled with love, accompanied by a trace of shyness. The king and Changyang, who saw this, revealed a meaningful smile. A few important people of Changyang Prefecture, the city lord of Lore City, and the representatives of the 3 other clans were all gathered there. Jianchun's mother and aunts had all been taken away by the guards to heal, so they did not see Bai Yuntian's figure. After leaving the basement, Jianchun returned to normal. He lost the calmness he had in the basement. He arrived before Changbo with a sunken face and said, "Changbo, how great are our losses?" "Our losses are great. Currently, the death toll is over 200, and the number of injured is uncountable. In addition, there are many guards and servants whose corpses are buried in the rubble. We are still trying to rescue them. As for the buildings, they have all been destroyed," Changbo said with a long sigh. He was very sad. A strong killing intent flickered in Jianchun's eyes. His fists were already tightly clenched. He gritted his teeth and said, "Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, I will definitely not let you off." Heavenly Eagle Kingdom is indeed too arrogant. The king also had an ugly expression on his face. He had been captured by the experts of Heavenly Eagle Kingdom who had broken into the palace. Naturally, he was very angry. "Fourth young master, we found the magical beast you were raising." At this moment, a guard ran out from the rubble with a snow-white little beast in his arms. He quickly walked to Jianchun's side. "White tiger." Jianchun was shocked. He immediately took the white tiger from the guard's arms and carefully examined it. He saw that the white tiger's snow-white fur had already turned gray and was covered in dust. Its eyes were tightly shut, and its stomach was slightly moving up and down rhythmically. It was still sleeping soundly and digesting the medicinal effects. There were no major problems. Seeing that the white tiger was fine, Jianchun finally let out a sigh of relief. When he left a few days ago, he didn't know how dangerous this trip would be, so he didn't bring the white tiger with him. Instead, he fed the white tiger 10 pieces of heavenly and earthly treasures and let it enter a deep sleep to digest the medicinal effects. It still hasn't woken up yet. Changyang Prefecture needs to be rebuilt as soon as possible. "Changbo, you go and arrange this matter," Changyang said. "Yes, I understand." Changbo nodded. With that, the city lord's eyes lit up. He said, "Patriarch of the Changyang clan, leave the matter of the craftsmen to the city lord's estate. We will gather all the craftsmen in Lore City to rebuild Changyang Prefecture as soon as possible." Chapter 478. Changyang politely declined the goodwill of the 3 major families of Lore City and the city lord's office. He said, "Changyang Prefecture appreciates your kind intentions. Although Changyang Prefecture has suffered great losses from this disaster, it is still possible for us to build a new residence. In-law, why don't you build the new residence of Changyang Prefecture in the Imperial City? This way, it will be more convenient for our 2 families to communicate. This is also more in line with your identity as the Imperial Protector of the Kingdom of Jessen," the King of the Kingdom of Jessen said with a hopeful expression. If a powerful force like Changyang Prefecture was not kept in the imperial city, it would be a great loss. If the new residence of Changyang Prefecture was moved to the imperial city, then the defenses of the imperial city would be even stronger. Even if something like today happened again, there would be experts who would come to the rescue in time. Changyangba hesitated. Although Changyang Prefecture was deeply rooted in Lore City, with the current strength and reputation of Changyang Prefecture, if they really wanted to move to the imperial city, they would definitely be the most powerful force in the imperial city. It would not cause too much damage. However, Changyang Prefecture had been rooted in Lore City for many years. If they really wanted to move, it would be a big deal. After all, the reason why Changyang Prefecture had chosen to take root in Lore City was all because of the arrangements of their ancestors. Seeing that Changyangba was moved, Chang Wuji's expression became serious. He said, "Master, this is not acceptable. Changyang Prefecture's location in Lore City was the decision of our master. This place is equivalent to the ancestral residence of Changyang Prefecture. How can we move at will?" Chang Wuji's position in Changyang Prefecture was very special. He was also the most senior person in Changyang Prefecture. Even the master of Changyang Prefecture did not dare to ignore his words. Seeing that Chang Wuji was firmly against it, Changyangba could only decline the king's invitation. His Majesty the King sighed in his heart and felt very disappointed. How much he wanted to pull Changyang Prefecture into the imperial city. It was a powerful protective force. A group of guards and servants from Changyang Prefecture stayed behind to clean up the ruins. The old man stored all the precious books in the library into his space ring and preserved them perfectly. After all the arrangements were made, Changyang Prefecture booked a few inns nearby as temporary lodgings. At the same time, they summoned all the craftsmen in Lore City to work through the night, gathering over 1,000 craftsmen to work through the night to rebuild the mansion. His Majesty the King also issued an imperial edict, ordering the nearby cities to gather all kinds of precious construction materials and transport them to Lore City. This could be considered as contributing to the construction of the new mansion in Changyang Prefecture. After the imperial edict was issued, His Majesty the King did not stay for long because he was worried about the safety of the imperial palace. He also did not care about the injuries he had suffered and left in a hurry. However, because Jianchen was worried about His Majesty's safety, he specially asked Xiaotian and Qing Xiaofan to accompany His Majesty back. This could be considered as increasing the strength of the imperial palace's protection. The next day, Changyang Prefecture spent a large amount of money to hire over a dozen Radiant Saint Masters from Lore City and the nearby cities. They specialized in healing the injuries of important people who were injured. At the same time, they purchased a large amount of high-quality medicine for the use of the ordinary guards and servants. The space rings worn by the 4 experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were also confiscated by Changyang Prefecture. They obtained a large amount of treasures from them, including quite a lot of monster cores and money. They even obtained a few high-level Earth-tier battle skills. Compared to the losses of Changyang Prefecture, they were not lacking at all. The task of rebuilding Changyang Prefecture was taken over by Chang Bo of his own accord. He was completely in charge of it, while the others were relatively free. In a room in the inn, Changyangba, Bai Yuntian, Jianchen, and Yu Yu stood in front of the tightly shut door. Through the crack of the door, they could vaguely see traces of white light flickering inside. The 4 of them waited for an hour before the tightly shut door finally opened. 3 white-robed, middle-aged men with frail faces walked out tiredly. These 3 were all Class 4, Radiant Saint Masters from other cities. At the same time, they were also 3 of the 7 most powerful Radiant Saint Masters in the Kingdom of Jessen. The 3 middle-aged men simultaneously bowed to the 4 people standing outside the door and said, "Fourth young master, Patriarch, after the 3 of us did our best to treat him, the injuries of the injured person have stabilized." There are no major problems for the time being. He has already woken up and says he wants to see you. I've troubled the three of you. Changyang Ba exchanged some pleasantries with the three of them before entering the room. Jianchen, his mother, and Yu followed closely behind him. The person lying on the bed was the black-armored commander of the black-armored army, Bai Dao. However, his sturdy, pitch-black armor had been reduced to tatters, so it was easy to imagine just how heavily injured he was. Although Bai Dao had been treated by the 3 Class 4 Radiant Saint Masters, his injuries were just too heavy. His internal injuries had not completely healed, so his face was pale. Bai Dao clearly let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Jianchen and the others were fine. He opened his mouth slightly and weakly asked, "How's the situation?" They obviously understood what Bai Dao was asking. Changyang Ba replied, "It's all thanks to the assistance of the 5 imperial advisors from the Qin Empire that we managed to repel the experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. We even managed to kill 4 of their experts. The remaining people managed to escape in horrible shape with heavy injuries. However, our Changyang prefecture was affected by the battle. The entire estate was destroyed, and over 380 guards and servants died." Bai Dao clenched his fists tightly as the light of hatred flickered in his eyes. "We must take revenge for this. The people of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom are just too arrogant. They even destroyed a large portion of the imperial palace of the Kingdom of Jessen. Senior Yi Ming was also injured by them. They're coming for us. We're the ones who dragged everyone down. We almost caused His Majesty the King to die." Bai Yuntian's face was full of guilt. "Mother, this is all because of me. It's all my fault. Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge. I will make the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom pay an even heavier price," Jianchen said with a rather deep voice. Powerful killing intent flickered in his eyes. Bai Dao looked at Jianchen in admiration and said, "Xiangtian, since all of this happened because of you, it's up to you to decide how to deal with the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. However, you can only rely on your own strength for this. The Kingdom of Jessen has just gone through a great battle, so it's weakened. It can't endure any more trouble, so it doesn't have any extra strength to deal with the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom." Jianchen nodded solemnly. "I understand, uncle. I already have a plan for dealing with the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Xiangtian, you need to learn how to use all the resources you have. The Qin Empire allowed you to become the Imperial Protector because of your talent. Once you have enough strength in the future, the Qin Empire might need you for many things. As a result, you need to make good use of what you can. Don't waste it," Bai Dao said weakly. He was teaching Jianchen as an uncle. His gaze towards Jianchen was filled with gratification. It was the honor of the Bai family to have such an outstanding descendant. Jianchen accepted his uncle's teachings with a humble attitude, but he did not think so inside. He was not as old as he seemed on the surface. He had experienced even more things than Bai Dao, so how could he not think of problems that Bai Dao could think of? A rare sliver of concern appeared in Jianchen's eyes when he saw Bai Dao's pale face. Although he had only learned that he had an uncle when he was 15 and the two of them had not met often, Bai Dao was still his uncle and his mother's brother. No matter what, he was still a relative of his. With a flip of his hand, Jianchen pulled out a white jade bottle from his space ring. He poured out 2 round pills and passed them to Bai Dao. "Uncle, these are radiant spirit pills. They can heal your wounds even faster." Bai Dao did not refuse. He accepted the pills from Jianchen with a faint smile and said, "Xiangtian, I'll be accepting these 2 pills. These are extremely precious items. They can only be created by Class 5 Radiant Saint Masters." Jianchen's interest was piqued when he heard that. He asked in a hurry, "How exactly do you make these Radiant Spirit pills?" "It's extremely troublesome to make. It requires the cooperation of a Class 5 Radiant Saint Master and an alchemist. It also requires the assistance of a few extremely precious ingredients. It'll fail if you're careless, so it's very difficult to make a radiant spirit pill. The higher the grade of the pill, the more troublesome it is to make, Bai Dao explained. A gleam of light flickered through Jianshan's eyes. He had already made up his mind that he would definitely find a way to create some radiant spirit pills when he had the time in the future. If he needed them in the future, he could use them to heal without exposing his radiant saint force. After leaving his uncle's room, Jianshan directly went to find Ming Dong and Dugufeng. He said, "I'll be leaving for a while, so I'll have to trouble the two of you to look after my family." Ming Dong and Dugufeng were not surprised at all when they heard that. It was as if they had already expected this. "Are you going to the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom?" Ming Dong asked. Jianshan arrived before the window and opened it. He looked at the ruined Changyang Prefecture and said, "No, I'm going to the Qin Imperial Palace." "The Qin Empire?" Ming Dong cried out. He immediately guessed Jianshan's plan. "Brother, don't tell me you're thinking about the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom." "I will destroy the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom," Jianshan said with a deep voice. The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had crossed his bottom line. This time, he wanted to make the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom truly disappear from the Tian-Yuan continent. At the same time, he wanted to use the Qin Empire to intimidate everyone and announce to the world the relationship between the Kingdom of Joseon and the Qin Empire. After leaving Ming Dong's room, Jianshan immediately summoned Dongyi Junbai, Tian Luo, and Chao Kaqin. He asked, "Is there a way to locate the Kingdom of Joseon through a space gate?" "There is, but if you want to locate it accurately, you'll need to create a sensor," Chao Kaqin said. Jianshan's face lit up. He asked, "Do you know how to create a sensor?" "Yes." "Good. Immediately go 10 kilometers outside of Lore City and create a sensor," Jianshan said. "Yes, Sir Imperial Protector." Chao Kaqin clasped his hands and immediately left. After Chao Kaqin left, only Tian Luo and Dongyi Junbai were left in the room. Jianshan looked at the two of them and said solemnly, "Tian Luo, Dongyi Junbai, I need to make a trip back to the Qin Empire. The few of you will stay here temporarily to protect Changyang Prefecture, especially my family. Nothing must happen to them." "Sir Imperial Protector, we will do our best to protect Changyang Prefecture," the two of them said in unison. Jianshan stood up from his chair and looked at the two of them with a solemn expression. He said, "I, Jianshan, will remember everyone's kindness in my heart. In the future, I will not mistreat everyone." Hearing this, Chao Kaqin and Tian Luo were overjoyed. The reason why they followed Jianshan from the Qin Empire was because they saw Jianshan's talent. They were certain that Jianshan would soar in the future, so they took this opportunity to get closer to each other. Jianshan's words were like a promise to the two of them. They were overjoyed. Chapter 479. Jianshan left the inn and directly flew out of the city gate. He discovered Chao Kaqin fiddling with something 10 kilometers away from the city walls. Jianshan arrived beside Chao Kaqin and asked, "How is it? Is the sensor ready?" Chao Kaqin held 2 fist-sized crystals in his hand. He inserted one of them into the ground before handing the other to Jianshan. He said, "It's just been done. Imperial Protector, the energy within these 2 crystals is exactly the same. There's a strange connection between them. All you have to do is give this crystal to the person who operates the space gate and he'll use this crystal to set the other end of the space gate here. However, it's best if you bring a detailed map with you so that you can determine the approximate location faster." Jianshan took the crystal from Chao Kaqin and studied it. It was a round, sparkling, translucent ball. It seemed like a transparent glass ball. A strange energy slowly pulsed within it. Jianshan found the energy to be extremely unfamiliar. He had never encountered it before. Jianshan placed the crystal ball into his space ring before returning to Lore City with Chao Kaqin. The next morning, Jianshan bid farewell to his family and left the kingdom of Joseon with the sleeping white tiger in his arms. Although Bai Yuntian was extremely reluctant to part with her son, she knew that the matter was simple. All she could do was watch her son leave with tears in her eyes. On the second day after Jianchen left the kingdom of Jessen, 6 pale-faced and dispirited Heaven Saint Masters landed in the imperial palace. They directly entered the discussion hall in the center. The guards of the discussion hall clearly recognized them. After bowing to the 6 of them politely, they immediately ran off to inform the king. The 6 experts did not hold back after entering the discussion hall. They directly sat down on the chairs on the 2 sides. Their faces were all heavy as they sat there silently. The atmosphere was rather oppressive. Soon, a hearty laugh came from outside. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect seniors to return so quickly. You're even faster than this king had expected. However, how could the kingdom of Jessen withstand the simultaneous attacks of seniors? I wonder if that brat Chongyang Shoten has been eliminated. If he's still alive, he'll definitely be a threat to my Heavenly Eagle Kingdom in the future. The king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom walked in with a smile on his face. From the brilliant smile on his face, one could tell that he was in a very good mood. The 6 powerhouses sat there with pained expressions on their faces, not saying a word. None of them answered the king. The king strode into the discussion hall. At this moment, he discovered that the atmosphere in the hall was a little off. He glanced at the 6 experts on both sides in suspicion, but when he saw their pale faces and dispirited appearances, his heart immediately sank. The smile on his face gradually vanished. From the expressions of the 6 experts, the king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom could already guess that the outcome of the matter was not what he had imagined. The king's face became stern as he asked, "Seniors, just what happened?" Sigh. One of the experts sighed at the sky. His face was filled with sorrow as he said, "This time, we've really screwed up. Originally, everything was going smoothly. However, when we went to Chongyang Prefecture to capture Chongyang Shoten, 5 Heaven Saint Masters suddenly charged out of Chongyang Prefecture. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. Even when we worked together, we were no match for them. In the end, 4 of us were killed by them. Even the 6 of us were almost unable to make it back. In the end, we had to rely on the hostages in our hands to hold back 2 of them, allowing us to work together and escape." Hearing this, the king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was so shocked that he could not speak. He was completely stunned. This outcome was completely different from what he had imagined. He had never imagined that the 10 Heaven Saint Masters of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, who had rushed to the kingdom of Jessen at the same time, would actually end up in such a miserable state. Not only had 4 of them died, but the remaining few had also luckily escaped with their lives. "Your Majesty, we suspect that the 5 powerful Heaven Saint Masters in Chongyang Prefecture are the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. Only they possess such great strength," the red-haired old man said with a heavy voice. His face was extremely ugly. Hearing this, the king seemed to have thought of something. His face changed drastically as he said with a trembling voice, Could it be that the Chongyang Prefecture and the Qin Empire have some sort of relationship? I hope that our suspicions are wrong," the red-haired old man sighed softly. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen had already left the kingdom of Jessen for several days. After several days of hurrying, he had already traveled close to 100,000 kilometers. In the end, he stopped in a first-class city, Wallerant. Wallerant was located within the Zhuya Kingdom. It was the place where Jianchen and Qin Shao had first met. He had not seen Qin Shao for half a year, so he could not help but miss him. As a result, he took the opportunity of passing by the Zhuya Kingdom to take a look. Wallerant had not changed much compared to when Jianchen had first arrived. It was still the same as before. Jianchen walked into the city from the outside. He looked around as he recalled the first time he and Jianchen had come to Wallerant, causing his expression to become rather absent-minded. Unknowingly, Jianchen had already arrived at the entrance of the Tianqin clan's estate. He instinctively walked toward the entrance, but as soon as he approached, he was stopped by the guards at the entrance. "Halt!" This is the estate of the Tianqin clan. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering, the guard at the entrance said indifferently as he stared at Jianchen expressionlessly. Jianchen glanced at the guards at the entrance. They were extremely unfamiliar. They were not the same people he had seen the last time he had visited the Tianqin clan, so they did not recognize him. Jianchen stood there and hesitated slightly. In the end, he gave up on the idea of forcing his way in. He said, "I'm looking for Qin Xiao. Go inform him. The young master is not seeing anyone during this period of time. You should come another day," said the guard. Jianchen frowned slightly. Just when he was about to continue speaking, a carriage suddenly rushed over from the end of the street. A banner hung from the carriage, and on the banner was a large Qin character. Very soon, the carriage stopped in front of the Tianqin clan's estate. A woman in a white dress with a veil over her face alighted from the carriage. Although it was impossible to see her appearance, it was not difficult to guess from her figure that she was definitely a beauty that could cause the downfall of nations. As soon as the woman alighted from the carriage, she noticed Jianchen from the corner of her eye. She immediately focused on him, and a sliver of surprise appeared in her watery eyes. She asked uncertainly, "May I ask if this is young Master Jianchen?" The woman's voice was extremely pleasant to the ear, like the cry of a skylark. Chapter 480. The second miss of the Tianqin clan gently moved her feet and leisurely arrived before Jianchen. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jianchen with a strange light as she said, "Young Master Jianchen is now a famous person. The title of Mercenary King represents the title of the #1 youth expert, yet it was so easily obtained by young Master Jianchen." The words of the second miss of the Tianqin clan were heard by the guards, and their expressions changed. Their gazes towards Jianchen had completely changed, and their hearts were filled with regret. This was especially true for the guard who had just turned Jianchen away. Even his face became pale. "Damn it, I never thought that he would be the mercenary king Jianchen who obtained this year's mercenary tournament. I actually spoke to him like that just now." Jianchen cupped his hands and said with a faint smile, "Second miss is too serious. I was only able to obtain the title of #1 because of a moment of luck. Young Master Jianchen is truly modest." The second miss's pair of bright eyes had a trace of a faint smile. Her gaze towards Jianchen carried a bit of admiration as she said, "Young Master Jianchen, since you've come to my Tianqin clan, why don't you come in and have a seat?" "That is exactly what I was thinking," Jianchen said with a smile. His expression was easygoing without the slightest trace of arrogance. "Young Master, please." The second miss of the Tianqin clan made an inviting gesture, then walked side by side with Jianchen into the Tianqin clan. When they passed by the entrance, the second miss looked at the guards with a somewhat reproachful gaze and yelled, "This is young Master Jianchen, an important guest of my Tianqin clan. Do not be so rude in the future. Quickly apologize to young Master Jianchen." The guards had a panicked expression and hastily knelt down on one knee. They said with a panicked tone, "This lowly one deserves to die, this lowly one deserves to die. Please punish us, young Master Jianchen." The guards also knew of the mercenary king's influence. If the head of the Tianqin clan found out that they had just stopped the mercenary king from entering and even had the intention of chasing him away, then they could not imagine just how severe of a punishment they would receive. "Forget it, it's just a small matter. Let's not talk about it." Jianchen was not a petty person, and what had just happened could not be more normal. After all, the guards of a few large clans more or less carried a bit of arrogance. Changyang Prefecture was no exception. Jianchen followed the second miss into the Tianqin clan, and the news of the mercenary king's arrival had already been reported to the clan head by a guard. As a result, not long after Jianchen entered the Tianqin clan's courtyard, Qin Zhao's father personally came to welcome him with the upper echelons of the Tianqin clan. "Ha ha ha, welcome to my Tianqin clan, little brother Jianchen. Little brother Jianshan's arrival has truly brought light to my Tianqin clan. The head of the Tianqin clan laughed loudly from a great distance away. His words were extremely respectful. Jianshan's identity was different now. Just the title of mercenary king was enough to make the head of the Tianqin clan treat him completely different from before. Jianshan and the head of the Tianqin clan exchanged a few words before being invited to the main hall to be warmly entertained. The news of the mercenary king's arrival spread through the Tianqin clan very quickly, causing the upper echelons of the clan to rush over. On one hand, they wanted to get acquainted with Jianshan, and on the other hand, they wanted to witness the mercenary king's glory. In a luxurious room within the Tianqin clan, the low growls of men and the soul-stirring moans of women could be heard from time to time. At this moment, an old servant who seemed to be a housekeeper hurried over and said from outside, "Young master, I've just received news that the mercenary king, Jianshan, who obtained first place in this year's mercenary tournament, has come to my Tianqin clan." In the room, the young master Tianjue was on the bed with an extremely beautiful girl. When he heard that, he immediately shivered and became impotent. He cried out, "What? Jianshan has come to my Tianqin clan?" The young master Tianjue could not help but think back to the conflict he had with Jianshan over a year ago. His face immediately paled. "Jianshan has actually come to my Tianqin clan. He must have come to find me. No, I can't stay here any longer." The young master Tianjue completely lost the will to continue with the girl under him. Ignoring the girl's resentful gaze, he hurriedly got off the bed and put on his clothes. "Housekeeper Tian, prepare a carriage immediately. I need to leave the city immediately. Remember, don't tell anyone." At this moment, Jianshan was chatting with the upper echelons of the Tianqin clan in the hall. As he was the mercenary king who obtained first place in the mercenary tournament, the upper echelons of the Tianqin clan treated him very politely. They no longer treated him like they did a year ago. In particular, the Tianjue clan took the initiative to apologize to Jianshan for the small misunderstanding between Jianshan and Tianjue. They were extremely sincere. After exchanging some pleasantries, Jianshan entered the main topic. He said to the patriarch of the Tianqin clan, "Patriarch, may I ask where Qin Shao is right now? I'm truly sorry. Ever since Shao returned from the mercenary tournament, he went into seclusion with the great elder to cultivate. He still hasn't returned," the patriarch of the Tianqin clan said with regret. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced inside. Jianshan was so close to his son. If his son became the patriarch in the future, the Tianqin clan would gain another powerful ally. This was because there were rumors on the Tianyuan continent that any mercenary king who obtained first place in the mercenary tournament would become a Heaven Saint Master at the very least if they successfully matured. There was even a very high chance for them to break through to Saint Ruler. Jianshan also became disappointed when he heard that Qin Shao was not present. The main reason he had come to the Tianqin clan was because of Qin Shao. Afterwards, the upper echelons of the Tianqin clan all tried to persuade Jianshan to stay. They hoped that Jianshan could stay a little longer in the clan. At the same time, they sent people to call Qin Shao back. In the end, Jianshan found it difficult to turn down their kindness. He agreed to stay in the Tianqin clan for a day, but he rejected the idea of the Tianqin clan sending people to call Qin Shao back. He did not want to disturb Qin Zhao's cultivation because of him. Jianshan received a warm welcome in the Tianqin clan. They even prepared a banquet for Jianshan at night. After the banquet, Jianshan returned to the room the patriarch of the Tianqin clan had specially prepared for him to receive important guests. At this moment, the white tiger that had always been sleeping in Jianshan's embrace suddenly woke up. It slowly opened its eyes and looked around in suspicion with its bright and pure eyes. Afterward, it leapt onto Jianshan's shoulder and gently rubbed its furry head against Jianshan's face. "Little thing, you've finally woken up after sleeping for so long." Jianchen chuckled as he hugged the white tiger from his shoulder. He sensed the white tiger's energy undulations and discovered that the white tiger's strength had already reached Class 3. Woo woo woo. The white tiger whimpered at Jianchen before sniffing the space ring on Jianchen's finger. Jianchen naturally understood what the white tiger meant. However, what surprised him was that the white tiger's intelligence had clearly increased by a lot. It could actually use such a method to express its need for heavenly resources. As expected of the winged tiger, it really is different from the rest, Jianchen thought to himself. He took out the dragon snake grass, geocentric lotus, amethyst fruit, and 10 other heavenly resources from his space ring and fed them to the white tiger. After ingesting the heavenly resources, the white tiger fell into a deep slumber as usual. Jianchen gently placed the sleeping white tiger on the bed before tidying up the few remaining heavenly resources in his space ring. A sliver of worry appeared on his face as he murmured, "There aren't many heavenly resources left. It's probably only enough for the white tiger to reach Class 4. I need to get some heavenly resources as soon as I have time, or the white tiger's strength will definitely be hindered." The night passed in a hurry. The next morning, Jianchen emerged from his room with the white tiger in his arms. He planned on bidding farewell to the patriarch of the Tianqin clan. When he passed by a garden, he suddenly heard the sound of a zither. The young lady of the Tianqin clan was still sitting in the same pavilion as before, playing her zither. Jianchen could not help but think of the time when he had met the heavenly enchantress in the sacred land of Mercenary City as he listened to the music. The heavenly enchantress was a peerless beauty that reigned supreme in the world. She possessed a beauty that outshone the moon and flowers, enough to make the world pale in comparison. Even Jianchen could not help but sigh in amazement at her beauty. Jianchen arrived in the pavilion and stood quietly behind the young lady. His gaze landed on the zither on the stone table, and a sliver of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. He had seen the heavenly enchantress in person in the sacred land of Mercenary City. He had also seen the zither the heavenly enchantress held in her arms. The zither the young lady was currently playing was exactly the same as the zither of the demonic cry in the heavenly enchantress' arms. He could not help but feel surprised. Jianchen did not disturb the young lady. He stood there quietly. Very soon, the second miss finished her song. Turning her head to look at Jianchen, she said, "Young Master Jianchen, please sit." The second miss of the Tianqin clan was still covered by a veil, so her true appearance could not be seen. Jianchen did not hold back. He walked over to the stone table across from the young lady and sat down. The young lady gently plucked the strings with her slender fingers, causing the zither to produce heavy notes from time to time. However, she looked at Jianchen and said, "According to what I know, young Master Jianchen does not know how to play the zither, yet you've been standing behind me for so long. Is there something you need?" Jianchen faintly smiled. "I saw that the zither the young lady used was exactly the same as the one the heavenly enchantress used, so I was extremely curious, which was why I stayed behind. Please forgive me if I've disturbed you." Surprise flashed through the young lady's eyes. She asked, "Has the young master seen the heavenly enchantress before?" "I was fortunate enough to see her in Mercenary City," said Jianchen. The young lady came to a realization and said, "Young master, you've overlooked something. My zither was originally a replica of the zither of the demonic cry, so it's obviously the same as the one the heavenly enchantress used. There are quite a few zither like this in the outside world, and I just happen to have one." "I see. I've been careless." Afterward, Jianchen casually chatted with the young lady before bidding farewell. "Young lady, I will be leaving the Tianqin clan today. Farewell. I hope we can meet again. Farewell." "Are you in such a hurry to leave?" The young lady of the Tianqin clan walked out of the pavilion with her zither and leisurely followed behind Jianchen. She seemed like a well-bred young lady. "I have important matters to attend to and cannot be delayed, so I can't stay here for long," Jianchen replied. After bidding farewell to the young lady, Jianchen went to find the patriarch of the Tianqin clan to bid farewell. Although the patriarch tried his best to keep him, Jianchen was determined to leave. He was unable to keep Jianchen no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he could only bid farewell to Jianchen regretfully. Chapter 481. The Great Zhou country was not far from the Tianqin clan. After several hours of flying, Jianchen finally arrived in the Great Zhou country. He flew over the Great Zhou country's border fortress at an altitude of several thousand meters and flew in the direction of the Great Zhou country's imperial capital according to the map. After another 4 hours of flying, Jianchen had already traveled 3,000 kilometers into the Great Zhou Empire. He had finally arrived at the imperial capital. This time, because he had a request for the Great Zhou Empire, Jianchen did not directly fly into the imperial capital out of courtesy and respect. Instead, he slowly descended in front of the gate. The gates of the imperial capital were guarded day and night. The arrival of a Heaven Saint Master alarmed all the guards. The leader responsible for guarding the gates immediately ran out from the tower and quickly arrived before Jianchen. He politely asked, "Senior, I am the captain of the 5th Squad of the Imperial Guard. May I ask how I can be of service to Senior?" As he spoke, the captain curiously studied Jianchen. When he saw Jianchen's youthful appearance, he could not help but reveal a sliver of surprise. However, he soon realized that Jianchen must have used a secret technique to preserve his youthful appearance. This was not his true age at all. "I am the imperial advisor of the Qin Empire. I have specially come to visit your esteemed empire. Please report my arrival," Jianchen said in a very indifferent tone. The captain was immediately surprised when he heard that the person who had come was the imperial advisor of the Qin Empire. He hurriedly replied, "Yes, I will report it immediately. Men, why don't you invite Senior in?" The captain ordered someone to invite Jianchen into the imperial palace. He then used a movement technique and quickly disappeared from the gate. A visit from any Heaven Saint Master was no small matter, especially when the person was the imperial advisor of the Qin Empire. This was no small matter. As a result, the captain did not dare to tarry at all. He ran off to notify the king as quickly as he could. In the Great Zhou country's royal palace, in a magnificent palace, there were several gorgeously dressed beautiful girls with heavy makeup, wearing clothes that barely covered their bodies. In front of them, there was a table made of pure gold that was filled with fine wine and delicacies. Wearing a golden dragon robe, the king, who was around 50 years old, was sitting in front of the table in high spirits, enjoying the singing and dancing below. At this moment, a eunuch hurriedly walked in from outside. He directly arrived beside the king and softly whispered something into his ear. Afterwards, the king's face filled with shock. He stared at the eunuch in interest and said, "What did you say? An imperial advisor of the Qin Empire has come to visit my Great Zhou Empire?" "Yes, your majesty. This was reported to me by the captain of the imperial guards." "It can't be false," the eunuch replied. The king immediately stood up from his chair and quickly made his way out of the hall. At the same time, he said, "Come with me to receive the guest. Immediately send someone to invite the imperial advisors over." Jianchen was warmly invited to a resplendent hall by the king of the Great Zhou Empire. He was warmly received by the king. 5 white-haired old men walked in from outside. As soon as they entered, their gazes all gathered on Jianchen. They then walked over to a few chairs and sat down. The king immediately introduced them to Jianchen, esteemed imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. "These 5 are the imperial advisors of my Great Zhou Empire." Jianchen had a faint smile on his face as he cupped his hands towards the 5 old men. Jianchen was not unfamiliar with some of these 5 old men. Last time when he followed the people of the Tianqin clan to the Great Zhou Empire through the spatial gate to Mercenary City, he had seen them before. The 5 imperial advisors of the great Zhou Empire also cupped their hands and greeted Jianchen with a friendly expression. After both sides exchanged a few words, one of the imperial advisors opened his mouth and said, "For the Qin Empire's imperial advisor to come to my great Zhou Empire, this is my great Zhou Empire's honor. However, this is not a small matter. I wonder if your distinguished self has anything that can prove your identity." Jianchen gave a faint smile. He knew that the other side was doubting his identity. After all, the Qin Empire was too far away from here. For an imperial advisor of the Qin Empire to suddenly visit the great Zhou Empire, it was very suspicious. Jianchen pulled out a purple jade pendant from his space ring and tossed it to the old man who had spoken. He said, "I wonder if this can prove my identity." The old man caught the jade pendant and studied it. The pendant was extremely exquisite. It was engraved with the flag of the Qin Empire. On the front was a large Qin character, while on the back was a large Hu character. However, when the old man discovered the material of the pendant, his eyes could not help but flash with light. He cried out, "This is actually an amethyst soul." Hearing this, the other 4 imperial teachers and the king of the great Zhou country all revealed looks of shock. They naturally knew what the purple crystal soul essence was. It was a very rare top-grade jade that was priceless and very rare. It was something that couldn't be bought with money. It was said that the amethyst soul was condensed from the purple qi of the world. It was extremely precious and rarely seen on the Tianyuan continent. The imperial advisors and the king firmly believed Jianchen's identity when they saw that the identity medallion was actually made from the extremely precious amethyst soul. However, they were still secretly amazed. They thought to themselves, the Qin Empire really is one of the 8 great kingdoms of the continent. Even the identity medallion of an imperial advisor is completely made from amethyst soul. However, they were not people of the Qin Empire after all. Coupled with the fact that they were very far away from the Qin Empire, they did not have a very good understanding of the situation in the Qin Empire. Little did they know that the identity medallion of the Qin Empire's imperial advisors was only a golden medallion made from a rare metal, and not a purple jade pendant made from amethyst soul. There was also no Hu character on the back. Even in the entire Qin Empire, only 5 people had the right to wear a medallion that was completely made from amethyst soul. The imperial advisor returned the jade pendant to Jianchen and said with a faint smile, "We are very sorry for our rude behavior from before. We hope that the imperial advisor will not take it to heart." After his identity was confirmed, everyone treated Jianchen even more kindly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jianchen shifted the topic to the main topic. He said, "I've come to visit your country today because I want to borrow your country's space gate. I wonder if that's possible?" Of course it is convenient. We can open the space gate for the imperial advisor at any time. The king agreed to Jianchen's invitation without any hesitation. Then he hesitated for a moment before adding, "Although our great Zhou Empire is very far away from the Qin Empire, we also hope to become allies with the Qin Empire. I hope that the imperial advisor can pass on our intentions to the Qin Empire's king." "I will definitely pass on these words." Jianchen also agreed to the great Zhou Empire's request because in this area, he found that only the great Zhou Empire had a space gate. In the future, he might have to use the great Zhou Empire's space gate to go to the Qin Empire, so naturally their relationship couldn't be too stiff. After that, Jianchen followed the great Zhou Empire's king to the palace where the space gate was set. The space gate was an array carved into the ground. It contained the mysteries of space and was very complicated. One of the state preceptors immediately took out a few Class 5 magic cores from his ring and threw them into the holes around the spatial gate. With the supply of energy, the array diagram immediately lit up and a surge of energy emanated from the array diagram. Finally, it condensed into a 3-meter-wide gate. The scenery inside the gate was blurry and nothing could be seen clearly. "Imperial Advisor, I wonder where you are going." The Great Zhou Empire's imperial advisor controlling the space gate said to Jianchen. The Qin Empire. The Great Zhou Empire's imperial advisor looked at the map. After finding the location, he quickly controlled the space gate. Very soon, the chaotic scenery inside the space gate gradually became clear. It was a continuous stretch of mountains. Because there are no markings, we can't determine the exact location of the Qin Empire. We can only set the other end of the space gate to an approximate location. Even if it isn't within the Qin Empire, it shouldn't be far from the Qin Empire. Imperial Advisor, you can go now. The old man controlling the space gate said. In the future, I will definitely pay you a visit to thank you. Jianchen said this and then directly walked in. In a short step, he crossed over 1,000,000 miles. After Jianchen came out of the space gate behind him slowly disappeared. The space behind him quickly returned to its original state. Jianchen looked around and found that he was standing on a flat mountain peak. All around him were continuous mountains. Jianchen took out a map and looked at it for a while. He then used the sun in the sky to determine the approximate location before flying away. Half a day later, Jianchen finally arrived at the imperial palace of the Qin Empire. He directly landed in the imperial palace. As soon as he landed, the surrounding soldiers quickly surrounded him with killing intent. At the same time, several powerful auras appeared from various parts of the imperial palace. Several Heaven Saint Masters flew over from the distance with hostility. They quickly surrounded Jianchen. However, when they saw the appearance of the person who had come, they were slightly stunned. They then clasped their hands together, greetings to Sir Imperial Protector. At this moment, the surrounding soldiers also discovered Jianchen's identity. The killing intent they gave off instantly disappeared. Several hundred people simultaneously knelt on one knee and loudly said, "Greetings to Sir Imperial Protector." These were all elite soldiers. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary strength. When several hundred people's voices overlapped, it was like a rumbling thunder. The sound shook the sky and spread throughout the entire imperial palace. Jianchen made the several hundred soldiers stand up. He then turned his head to look at the several Heaven Saint Masters in front of him in confusion. He asked, "What happened to you all just now? Did something happen in the Qin Empire? Why were you so nervous?" State Protector, there is something you do not know. Flying is forbidden within the Qin Huang Kingdom's imperial palace. Even we have to go through the palace gates to enter. When we saw someone flying in from outside, we thought it was a provocation, one of the state protectors said. Jianchen came to a sudden realization. He hadn't spent much time in the Qin Empire's imperial palace, so he naturally didn't know about these rules. You all can disperse. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll go find the king first. With that, Jianchen directly left. Chapter 482. The king of the Qin Empire was sitting in front of his desk, engrossed in a book in his hand. When Jianchen entered the study, he was startled by the sound of the door being pushed open. He shifted his gaze from the book to Jianchen, who was striding in from the outside. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. However, the king was clearly surprised by Jianchen's sudden visit. The king slowly put down the book in his hand and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the imperial protector to return so quickly. Come, take a seat." Jianchen sat down across from the king. He looked at the king in surprise and said, "It's only been a few days since we last met. Your Majesty's complexion is getting better and better. It won't be a problem for you to live to 500 years old." The king laughed happily and said, "As expected, I can't hide it from the imperial protector. A few days ago, I ate a precious treasure of heaven and earth. Then, with the help of the imperial ancestor, I successfully made a breakthrough. Although my strength has increased greatly, it's still not worth mentioning compared to the imperial protector." The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Jianchen cut to the chase. He said, "Your Majesty, in fact, I came back this time because I have an important matter that requires the help of the Qin Empire." The king understood that Jianqin's sudden request for help meant that the matter was serious. His expression immediately became serious. He said, "What is it? Just say it. You are now the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. Your status is extraordinary. Your matter is also the matter of the Qin Empire." "I need an army, an elite group of soldiers," Jianqin said. "You want an army? What do you want them for? Do you want them to go to war?" The king's expression was full of surprise. Jianqin nodded and said, "That's right, war." Jianqin then told the king about what had happened in the kingdom of Jessen. When he talked about the destruction of his home, there was a murderous look on his face. After hearing Jianqin's explanation, the expression of the Qin Empire's king turned extremely ugly. He expressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "How preposterous! The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom is truly too arrogant. They actually dare to treat our Qin Empire's imperial protector as if he is nothing. Your Majesty, I will definitely destroy the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, so I need a group of elite troops. Then, I will send them to the kingdom of Jessen through the spatial gate. I will pay for the cost of the demon cores," Jianqin said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the king hesitated for a moment and then said, "Jianqin, you have the right to mobilize any 1,000,000 soldiers of the Qin Empire at will, and you don't need to report to anyone. However, how about we discuss this matter tomorrow?" "All right, I will wait for your Majesty's news tomorrow." Jianqin didn't waste any more time and got up to leave. After Jianqin left, the king's brows were tightly knitted together. After thinking for a moment, he put the book back in its original position and got up to leave. After leaving the study, Jianqin went straight to the Qin Heavenly Palace. From afar, he saw the imperial guards of the Qin Heavenly Palace standing guard like stone statues. This was the Qin Heavenly Palace that belonged to Jianqin as the imperial protector. Although he was often not in the Qin Empire, the guards of the Qin Heavenly Palace didn't slack off. There were people guarding the palace day and night, and there were also people coming to clean the palace every day. "Greetings, Imperial Protector." When Jianqin passed by the Imperial Guards guarding the Qin Heavenly Palace, all of them knelt down on one knee and greeted him respectfully. Jianqin carried the white tiger and walked towards the entrance of the Qin Heavenly Palace with his head held high. There was no need for him to personally open the door. The two Imperial Guards immediately opened the door for Jianqin to enter the palace before gently closing the door. "Your servant greets Lord Imperial Protector." When Jianqin entered the Qin Heavenly Palace, a few beautiful maids immediately bowed and greeted him. They were the maids of the Qin Heavenly Palace and stayed in the palace all day, even when Jianqin wasn't around. "Go and do your own things. Don't worry about me," Jianqin said to the maids before returning to his resting place. He gently placed the white tiger in his arms on his bed and sat in front of the table alone as he pondered. He knew that using a space gate to transport troops would require quite a few Class 5 monster cores, but he had killed many Heaven Saint Masters and obtained quite a few Class 5 and even Class 6 monster cores from their space rings. He had obtained quite a few Class 5 monster cores in total and even quite a few Class 6 monster cores, so he wasn't lacking in monster cores. Right now, Jianqin was thinking about how many people he should send through the space gate. Although it was impossible to send too many people, he had to at least have the strength to destroy the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom without the help of the Kingdom of Jessen. At the same time, he had to create a sufficient deterrent force. "Sir Imperial Protector, please have some tea." A maid brought over a cup of tea and placed it in front of Jianqin. Jianqin took a sip of the tea. At this moment, a guard's voice rang out from outside. "Sir Imperial Protector, the third prince wishes to see you." Hearing that Qin Ji had arrived, Jianqin immediately stood up and personally went to welcome him. When the two met, Qin Ji laughed loudly. "Jianqin, it really is you. When I heard someone call you the Imperial Protector, I guessed that it was you. I never thought that I would be right. Jianchen chuckled. Come in and talk. Don't just stand outside. The two entered the hall and sat down at a large table. Qin Ji couldn't help but ask, Jianchen, I didn't think that you would return so quickly. Have you dealt with the matters at home? Why don't you stay in the Qin Empire for a while longer? Jianchen shook his head. I've just dealt with one wave of trouble and yet another. I'm here to borrow troops. Borrow troops? Qin Ji was shocked and asked, How strong is the enemy? Even Xiaotian and the other four couldn't deal with them. Every state preceptor of the Qin Empire is carefully selected. If Xiaotian and the other four were outside, they would definitely have the advantage of fighting 1 against 2. Next, Jianchen told Qin Ji the whole story. After hearing Jianchen's story, Qin Ji's expression was filled with anger. He said in a deep voice, The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom has gone too far. They should be destroyed. However, Jianchen, if you want to send an army through the spatial gate, it would consume too many magic cores. I think you should call some state preceptors over to help. We can still destroy the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. At the very least, they will only exist in name. Jianchen lightly shook his head. How could he not think of such a simple idea? If it was just destroying the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, just Xiaotian and the other four would be able to do it. It would just take a bit of effort. Qin Ji went through so much trouble to borrow troops and was even willing to spend a large amount of magic cores to send an army over. His idea was naturally not that simple. Qin Ji, tell me roughly how many magic cores it would consume to send an army through the spatial gate, Jianchen asked. Maintaining the spatial gate requires 6 magic cores at a time. I'm sure you also know that maintaining the spatial gate requires an endless supply of energy. If the speed of passing through the spatial gate is fast enough, 6 Class 5 magic cores would be able to send about 600 people over in the time it takes. Based on this calculation, 1 Class 5 magic core would only be able to send about 100 people over. Now, you should understand how terrifying the consumption of transporting an army through the spatial gate is. 1 Class 5 magic core is equivalent to 100 people. 100 Class 5 magic cores are equivalent to 10,000 people. The consumption is indeed huge. Jianchen softly muttered. Of course it is huge. I think you should give up on this idea. Class 5 magic cores are not as worthless as Class 2 or Class 3 magic cores. 100 Class 5 magic cores can only transport 10,000 people. 10,000 people is too little. They can't do much. You might as well bring a few experts over. Jianchen faintly smiled. Although the consumption is huge, it's still within the limits of what I can bear. Qin Ji was stunned. He stared at Jianchen with some suspicion. Jianchen, just how many Class 5 magic cores do you have? How many Class 5 magic cores can 1 Class 6 magic core be exchanged for? Jianchen answered with a question of his own. Qin Ji pondered for a while before replying, Class 6 magic cores are extremely precious. Not only are Heaven Saint Master magical beasts difficult to kill, they are also very difficult to encounter. This is because Class 6 magic beasts usually gather in the depths of the Cross Mountains. There are very few of them wandering outside. That region is also a forbidden zone for us humans. All the Heaven Saint Masters who have entered the depths of the Cross Mountains have died, so there are very few Class 6 magic cores in the outside world. As a result, Class 6 magic cores are hundreds or even thousands of times more valuable than Class 5 magic cores. If you want to exchange Class 5 magic cores with Class 6 magic cores, I'm unable to give you a specific ratio. It'll probably range from 100 to a few hundred. If someone needs them urgently, they'll even take out 1,000 to exchange for them. If Class 5 magic cores aren't enough, then I'll use Class 6 magic cores to exchange for them, Jianchen muttered to himself. The next morning, Jianchen went to find the king and asked the same question he had asked the day before. This time, the king smiled and said, Jianchen, I've reported this matter to the imperial ancestor yesterday. The imperial ancestor has ordered me that the Qin Empire can provide you with up to 1,000,000 magic cores required to pass through the space gate. If you exceed this number, you'll have to replenish the excess yourself. Hearing this, Jianchen was overjoyed. The king's words had saved him quite a lot of magic cores. Thank you for your generous assistance, Your Majesty. Jianchen didn't refuse and accepted without hesitation. Chapter 483. Alright, there's no time to lose. I'll transfer the army right now, but I only need an army of 500,000. Jianchen had an impatient appearance. 500,000 was enough. The king smiled. Jianchen, there's no need for us to personally transfer the army. I'll immediately send an imperial edict to the Eastern Divine Sword Legion stationed outside the imperial city and have them bring 500,000 of their most elite soldiers over. However, transferring an army of several 100,000 isn't that easy, so it'll take some time. Jianchen nodded slightly. All right then, I'll wait here for the news. After discussing the official matters, Jianchen told the king about the Great Zhou Empire's attempt to form an alliance with the Qin Empire. This could be considered as fulfilling his promise to the king of the Great Zhou Empire. As for whether or not the two empires could form an alliance, this was not a problem that Jianchen cared about. Afterwards, Jianchen and the king chatted for a bit in the hall before leaving. After returning to the Qin Tian Hall, he calmed down and called for a maid. With a serious expression, he said, I'm going to cultivate for a while. Go inform the guards outside that I won't see anyone before I wake up. No one is allowed to disturb me. This servant obeys. The maid respectfully replied and immediately left to inform the people outside. Jianchen sat cross-legged on the bed and took a deep breath. Afterwards, he took out the Saint Ruler's skeleton from his space ring. He solemnly examined the Saint Ruler's skeleton. The Saint Ruler's skeleton was around 2 meters tall. The bones were thick and sturdy. Just from the skeleton, one could tell that the owner of the skeleton was definitely a burly figure. The skeleton was snow white, so white that it was almost transparent. It was crystal clear and gave off a faint glow. It seemed like a rare treasure. On the surface of the skeleton, there was a faint layer of light that flickered, as if mercury was constantly flowing on the surface. This was the second time Jianchen had seen the Saint Ruler's skeleton. However, it was different from the last time. Perhaps it was because he had broken through to Heaven's Saint Master, but he could clearly feel the vast and boundless energy within the skeleton. It was like a vast ocean. Jianchen took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and communicated with the sword spirits of the azulate swords. Xing, Qing Suo, help me refine this Saint Ruler's skeleton into chaotic force. Yes, Master. Without any hesitation, Xing and Qing Suo immediately got to work. 2 faint figures condensed above Jianchen's head. They were a violet-robed man and an azure-robed woman. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty, as if they were a match made in heaven. Xing and Qing Suo extended their hands at the same time, and the Saint Ruler's skeleton seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It directly flew into the air and landed between Xing and Qing Suo. Xing and Qing Suo extended their arms at the same time. A dense violet and azure light radiated from their hands, enveloping the Saint Ruler's skeleton and refining it. The sword spirits refined the skeleton very quickly. In less than 4 hours, the skeleton had turned into a strand of gray energy that entered Jianchen's body. In the end, it settled in Jianchen's dantian. Master, use the Azulate Sword Codex to refine the chaotic force. Xing's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Their figures also vanished above Jianchen's head. Jianchen immediately did as he was told. This time, it took him 4 whole hours to finally turn the chaotic force into something he could control. Following that, Jianchen immediately looked inside himself. The situation of his body immediately appeared in his mind with incomparable clarity. In his dantian, 2 faint black strands of energy slowly wandered about, emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Last time, Jianchen had refined the two ruler armaments into two strands of chaotic force in Longevity Valley. He had only used one strand of chaotic force to strengthen his body. He had not used the other strand. Combined with the strand he had obtained from refining the Saint Ruler's skeleton, there were exactly two strands. Looking at the two strands of gray energy in his dantian, Jianchen hesitated slightly before carefully asking, "If I use the chaotic force to strengthen my body right now, there shouldn't be any problems, right?" Last time, Jianchen did not know the situation and had rashly used a strand of chaotic force to strengthen his body. As a result, he suffered a great deal of pain. Even with his willpower, he was unwilling to endure it. "It won't happen anymore. Master, you can use the chaotic force to refine your body without any worries. Although it will hurt, it won't affect Master anymore," Qing Suo replied. Her voice was delicate and sweet, extremely pleasant to listen to. "That's good." Jianchen secretly let out a sigh of relief. He had completely relaxed. He immediately controlled a strand of chaotic force to refine his body further. As the chaotic force flowed through his body, Jianchen discovered that his body was no longer as fragile as before. Now, the chaotic force was unable to damage his body when it passed through him. Although it still caused him pain, it was still within the range that Jianchen could endure. Just as the sword spirits had said, it would not affect Jianchen at all. As the chaotic force slowly flowed through his body under Jianchen's control, Jianchen's body strengthened at an unbelievable rate. Even his meridians, bones, and organs were strengthened. After the chaotic force circulated through his body once, Jianchen's body had reached a whole new level of toughness. He could clearly sense that his body was much more powerful than before, and he had only used a third of the chaotic force. Jianchen did not stop. He continued to circulate the chaotic force through his body. After 3 circulations, he finally used up the strand of chaotic force. Jianchen opened his eyes and leapt off the bed with a nimble leap. He landed firmly on the ground and rubbed his body as he looked around. He could feel that his body had become twice as powerful as before. Although it still retained the same flexibility as before, its toughness was probably much tougher than steel. "Ziying, Qing Suo, can I use chaotic force now with the current toughness of my body?" Jianchen asked the sword spirit. "No, Master. Your body has indeed become a lot stronger, but you're still a distance away from using chaotic force. You still need to refine some more chaotic force to strengthen your body to the minimum requirement of using chaotic force. However, you'll only be able to use this impure chaotic force," Ziying said. Jianchen sighed inside. It seemed like it would be impossible for him to successfully use chaotic force in a short amount of time. If that's the case, there's no point in keeping the strand of chaotic force in my dantian. I might as well refine it as well. It'll make my body even tougher. Jianchen acted as soon as he thought of it. He sat down on the bed again and used the last strand of chaotic force in his dantian to strengthen his body. By the time Jianchen refined the second strand of chaotic force, it was already afternoon. As soon as his consciousness returned to his body, he sensed a maid standing outside the door. Jianchen got off the bed and checked his body in satisfaction. He could not help but smile happily as he murmured, "With the current toughness of my body, probably even a high-level Great Saint Master won't be able to harm me at all. If this continues, there will be a day when my body will reach a terrifying level where even Heaven Saint Masters won't be able to harm me." Although it was a great pity that he could not use chaotic force, the strengthening of his body also represented an increase in his overall strength. This was something worth being happy about. Jianchen happily walked out of the room. Seeing Jianchen come out, the maid immediately bowed and said, "Imperial Protector, the generals of the Eastern Sword God Army request an audience." A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes and he said, "Let them in." Yes. Not long after, 3 armored generals strode in from outside. The three of them had resolute expressions. One of them was an old man in his 60s, while the other two were middle-aged men in their 40s. They wore silver-white armor and exuded a murderous aura with a thick stench of blood. "Greetings, Imperial Protector." The three of them arrived in front of Jianchen and cupped their hands at the same time as they greeted him. "Generals, you may dispense with the formalities. How should I address you?" Jianchen smiled and his expression was amiable. "I am Qin Wuming, the Vice Commander of the Eastern Sword God Army." The old general was the first to speak. Afterwards, the two middle-aged men on his left and right also reported their names at the same time. "I am Qin Wutian, the Governor of the Eastern Sword God Army." "I am Qin Wujian, the Governor of the Eastern Sword God Army." "Generals, I presume that His Majesty has already told you about the matter," Jianchen said with a smile. However, he muttered in his heart. He never thought that the three of them would have the surname Qin. Could they be relatives of the royal family? The vice commander of the Eastern Sword God Army nodded and said, "Imperial Protector, His Majesty has already explained the matter to us clearly. 500,000 elite troops of the Eastern Sword God Army have already arrived outside the Imperial City and can set off at any time. The three of us will assist the Imperial Protector and go through the Space Gate together to the Kingdom of Jessen." A look of surprise flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He never thought that the three people in front of him were actually father and son. From their appearances, there was nothing strange about them at all. However, he then carefully observed the three people in front of him. In front of his powerful soul, the three of them did not hide their strength at all. It was as if they were naked in front of Jianchen's eyes. However, what surprised Jianchen was that the three of them were actually Heaven Saint Masters. The old man, Qin Wuming, was a third cycle Heaven Saint Master, while Qin Wutian and Qin Wujian were first cycle Heaven Saint Masters. Jianchen cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble the three of you to make a trip with me. Since the army is ready, there's no time to lose. Let's set off now." Chapter 484. Jianchen, the vice-commander of the Divine Sword Corps, and the two viceroys left the Qin Sky Hall together. As soon as they left, the four of them split up. Jianchen went to the Cloud Palace alone to bid farewell to Qin Ji, while the vice-commander and the two viceroys went to command the army. Arriving at the Cloud Palace, the guards outside all bowed to Jianchen with great respect. They did not hide their admiration for him at all. They did not dare to stop him at all. When Jianchen passed by a few guards, one of them immediately called out, "The Imperial Protector has arrived." This was for Qin Ji. Now that Jianchen's status was extraordinary, he was very different from before. In the eyes of the guards, the fact that the Imperial Protector had taken the initiative to come to Qin Ji was already giving Qin Ji enough face. If Qin Ji did not come out to receive him personally, it would be rather rude. As expected, as soon as the guard finished speaking, Qin Ji hurried out of the Cloud Palace. Although he was as close as brothers with Jianchen, Jianchen's status was still there. Moreover, they were in the royal palace, so Qin Ji dared not be rude. "Haha, Jianchen, what brings you here today? If there's anything you need, you can just get someone to inform me," Jianchen laughed. Qin Ji laughed aloud. He felt proud that Jianchen had come to find him of his own accord. He felt extremely proud of Jianchen. "I've come to bid farewell to you." Jianchen also smiled at Qin Ji as he spoke calmly. "You're leaving so soon? Why don't you stay a little longer?" Qin Ji was very reluctant to see Jianchen leave so soon. Jianchen became apologetic. He said, "Something has happened at home. I'm worried, so I need to leave as soon as possible. I'm afraid something might happen again." With that, Qin Ji fell silent. He frowned and pondered for a while. Afterwards, he seemed to have made up his mind. He stared at Jianchen with shining eyes and said, "Jianchen, let me go with you." "What?" Jianchen stared at Jianchen in surprise. "You want to go to the Kingdom of Jessen with me?" Qin Ji chuckled and joked, "Yep. What's wrong?" You don't agree? You've already come to my home. Are you not going to let me take a look at yours? Jianchen smiled freely. He patted Qin Ji's shoulder heavily and said, I agree. Why wouldn't I agree? You're welcome to visit my home. I think my family will be very happy. That's good. I was worried that your family wouldn't welcome me. Let's go. Since you're in such a hurry to go back, let's go to the space gate right now. I don't have anything to pack. It's all in my space ring. With that, Qin Ji immediately left Cloud Traversing Palace with Jianchen. Jianchen and Qin Ji passed through the halls of the Imperial Palace, heading straight for the space gate. From afar, they could already see a group of soldiers in silver-white armor walking out of the palace in a straight line. Their steps were orderly, without the slightest hint of disarray. Their footsteps produced rumbling noises like thunder. Although it was monotonous, there was a rhythm to it. The entire group was filled with a sharp aura of slaughter. One could even vaguely sense the stench of blood that filled the air. It symbolized that every single soldier in the group had been tempered by life and death, and their hands were covered in blood. They were elites who had emerged from endless slaughter. Is this the Eastern deity Sword Legion? They really are the elites of the Qin Empire. They're much more powerful than the 3,000 black-armored soldiers of the Kingdom of Jessen. Jianchen nodded to himself as he looked at the soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion. The Eastern Divine Sword Legion is one of the 5 most elite legions of my Qin Huang Kingdom. There are a total of 2 million people. Every person who enters the Eastern Divine Sword Legion is an elite carefully selected from thousands of soldiers. Then they are thrown to the outskirts of the Cross Mountains to train and fight with countless ferocious magical beasts. Therefore, every soldier of the Eastern Divine Sword Legion has experienced countless life and death situations. Their experience is incomparably rich. Whether it is their ability to survive or their fighting strength, they are the best. In the Tianyuan continent, the only ones who can surpass the 5 legions of my Qin Huang Kingdom are the elite legions of the 3 great empires. Qin Ji explained from the side with an incomparably proud expression. It really is a very powerful legion. If these 500,000 soldiers were placed in my homeland, they would definitely be invincible. Just these 500,000 soldiers would be enough to wipe out any kingdom, Jianchen praised. Qin Ji chuckled. Let alone wiping out a kingdom, even sweeping through several kingdoms would be a piece of cake. This is because the Qin Empire provides over 200 human-tier battle skills and over 50 earth-tier battle skills for each legion to learn. As a result, every single soldier of the 5 legions knows at least one battle skill. How can their battle prowess be compared to those of smaller kingdoms? Jianchen was secretly shocked when he heard that. Battle skills were extremely precious on the Tianyuan continent. Even if they possessed them, they would not be passed on. Even the Kingdom of Jessen did not provide battle skills to the Black Armored Army for free. Anyone who wanted to obtain a battle skill required sufficient strength and contribution. However, the Qin Empire had actually provided over 200 human-tier battle skills and over 50 earth-tier battle skills for free. This was not a normal level of wealth. They really are worthy of being one of the 8 great empires of the continent. The Qin Empire is actually much more powerful than I had imagined. Jianchen sighed inside as he recognized the Qin Empire's strength once again. Very soon, Jianchen and Qin Ji arrived at the location of the space gate. The king of the Qin Empire had already been waiting there for quite some time. 5 old men stood behind the king. Imperial Protector, this king was worried that 500,000 soldiers would not be enough, so I discussed with the other Imperial advisors. 5 of them have expressed their willingness to follow you back to wipe out the enemy. Let me introduce them to you. These 5 Imperial advisors are Shuri, Haoyun, Lai Bo, Jiadi Laier, Jiadi Kaijing. The king stepped aside and introduced the 5 old men to Jianchen one by one. Greetings, Imperial Protector. With the king's introduction, the 5 old men stepped forward and clasped their hands at Jianchen. 5 imperial advisors, there's no need to be so greedy. Jianchen is very grateful for your assistance. Jianchen returned the greeting with a smile and calmly accepted the help of the 5 imperial advisors. If he could bring a few more Heaven Saint Masters back, he could prevent the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom from seeking outside help. Although there were only a few powers that dared to oppose the Qin Empire, he still had to be on guard. At this moment, the vanguard of the Eastern Deity Sword Legion had already arrived at the location of the Space Gate under the lead of Vice Commander Qin Wuming. Jianchen did not waste any more time and handed the crystal that Chao Kaqin had created and the map of the Kingdom of Jessen to the Imperial Advisor controlling the Space Gate. The Imperial Advisor in charge of controlling the Space Gate took the map from Jianchen and looked at it. He then placed the crystal in the center of the formation and stuffed Class 5 monster cores into the holes around it to replenish its energy. With the replenishment of energy, the formation on the ground slowly lit up and slowly formed a chaotic space gate. After waiting for a while, the chaotic scene within the space gate gradually became clearer. Jianchen focused his gaze and saw that the scene within the space gate was exactly the location that Chao Kaqin had set. He could even faintly see the tall and majestic walls of Lore City in the distance. Yes, this is the place. Let's go first. Jianchen immediately said and stepped through the space gate. With this step, he had directly arrived at Lore City from the Qin Empire. It was faster than a rocket. After exiting the space gate, Jianchen looked at Lore City in the distance and discovered that it was still the same as before. There was an endless stream of people entering and exiting the city gates. Everything seemed very peaceful, and there was no tense atmosphere. Seeing this scene, Jianchen slightly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Kingdom of Jessen was still relatively peaceful while he was away. Jianchen, is this your hometown? Qin Ji also came through the space gate and stood beside Jianchen, his eyes curiously looking at the city walls in front of them. That's right. My home is in the city in front of us, Jianchen replied with a nod. Soon, the 5 imperial advisors, Qin Wuming, and his 2 sons also came through the space gate. Behind them were the soldiers of the Eastern Deity Sword Legion in silver-white armor. As soon as they walked out of the space gate, they looked around curiously. They all wanted to see what kind of place could give birth to someone like the Imperial Protector. Lord Imperial Protector, where should we send the army? Qin Wuming came to Jianchen's side and asked. Hearing this, Jianchen looked around and thought for a moment, then said, There is limited space in the city. It will be very difficult to settle down 500,000 people. It just so happens that the terrain here is spacious enough. Let's set up camp here temporarily. Yes. Qin Wuming cupped his hands and then went to arrange for the endless stream of soldiers coming through the space gate. Not long after, the originally spacious area was filled with hundreds of soldiers. Many of the soldiers dispersed under the orders of Deputy Commander Qin Wuming, making space for the people behind them. Jianchen stood nearby and looked at the endless stream of soldiers coming through the space gate. After a moment of thought, he asked, Qin Ji, roughly how long will it take for all 500,000 people to arrive here? Qin Ji stared at the space gate for a while, then he estimated in his mind based on the speed at which the soldiers were passing through. He said, At this rate we can probably get 30,000 people here in 2 hours. In 24 hours a day, we can send 360,000 people. It will take around a day and a half. Jianchen nodded slightly, then he stood there quietly and watched the soldiers of the Eastern Deity Sword Legion arrive through the space gate. A sense of pride welled up in his heart. In the city gate tower of Lore City, the general of the city guard was leisurely reading a book. Right at this moment, a few soldiers ran in from outside and knelt down on one knee reporting to the general, we discovered a group of unknown people 10 kilometers away from the city. All of them are wearing armor and seem to be part of the army. Furthermore, the number of people is still increasing. There are already several thousand of them. Chapter 485. Standing on top of the walls of Lore City, the general of the city guards looked into the distance. Sure enough, he discovered a large group of people gathered there 10 kilometers away. Although they were very far away, with his eyesight, he could still faintly make out the silvery white armor worn by those people. Where did those people come from? The general asked in a deep voice. I don't know. They seem to have suddenly appeared there, and their numbers are still increasing. A deputy general standing next to him said with a panicked expression. The general stood on the walls and stared for a while. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the number of people in the distance had increased from a few thousand to over 10,000 at an incredible speed. The circle was also constantly expanding. With over 10,000 people gathered together, not only was there no chaos, but they also spread out in all directions in an orderly manner. It was obvious that they were a well-trained army. At this time, many people outside of Lore City had discovered the sudden appearance of these people in the distance. Not only did the soldiers on the city walls notice them, even the merchants and mercenaries entering and leaving Lore City noticed them. Some of the bolder mercenaries couldn't hold back their curiosity and rode their mounts in the direction of these people. The city guard commander stood on top of the city gate tower and stared at the approaching mercenaries with a solemn expression. He wanted to use them to determine whether the people in front of him were friends or foes. If they were enemies, then these mercenaries would definitely not be able to survive, and he wouldn't have to risk his life to scout the situation in front of him. Soon, over 100 mercenaries approached the Eastern Sword Legion of the Qin Empire. However, they were blocked by the soldiers of the Eastern Sword Legion. Not only were they unable to enter, they could not see the scenery inside. Every soldier of the Eastern Sword Legion was an iron-blooded man who had experienced slaughter and salute. Moreover, each of them possessed extraordinary strength. Just the enormous and bloody aura they exuded was a great deterrent to these mercenaries. Facing the soldiers of the Eastern Sword Legion, even the unyielding and hot-tempered mercenaries could not help but shrink their necks. Just the aura alone was enough to defeat them. "Who are you?" A courageous mercenary braced himself and asked. However, what awaited him were the cold and sharp gazes of several soldiers. Under the gaze of these gazes, the mercenary could not help but turn pale. He could not help but take a step back. He only felt that the people staring at him were not people, but ferocious beasts. He did not even have the courage to look them in the eyes. Seeing that there was no fighting in front of him, the general was relieved. He knew that the other party was not an enemy, so he immediately said to the person beside him, "Immediately send someone to inform the city lord's mansion and Changyang prefecture. Tell them the situation here." "Yes." The soldier immediately ran off. Meanwhile, the general in charge of guarding the city led a group of 500 elite soldiers out of Lore City on Magical Beast Mount. He personally went to check out the situation. The general stopped when he was 50 meters away from the Eastern Sword Legion. He then dismounted from his magical beast mount and strode forward with his head held high. However, as soon as he approached the people of the Eastern Sword Legion, several dozen cold and emotionless gazes gathered on him, accompanied by an invisible pressure. The general's face changed, and he immediately became stern. He was secretly astounded. He found it unbelievable that these soldiers could actually make him feel slightly pressured even with his strength as an Earth Saint Master. "Everyone, I am the General of Lore City, Tu Fu. May I ask who you are?" The general clasped his hands and spoke in a humble tone. However, what awaited him were the cold gazes of the soldiers. Not a single person answered him. Tu Fu awkwardly put down his hand. Perhaps he was intimidated by the aura of these soldiers, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of displeasure. He immediately looked inside and saw that there were figures everywhere. It was so densely packed that only 3 layers could be seen. Inside, there were layers upon layers of figures, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. If one didn't fly into the sky, it would be impossible to see the situation inside. Moreover, as the troops slowly moved, the number of people inside increased rapidly. Who are these people? Where did they come from? Is there some kind of secret passage here? The general guessed inside. However, what made him feel at ease was that these people did not show any hostility, so they should not be enemies. Otherwise, it would definitely be a disaster for such a large group of soldiers to suddenly appear outside the city. At this moment, the soldiers in front of the general slowly parted, and a 3-meter-long passage gradually formed. A few people walked out from this passage. Seeing this, the general's expression turned serious. He had already guessed that these people must be the leaders. He immediately focused his attention. The two people walking at the front were both young men in their 20s. Both of them had extraordinary bearings. When the general recognized Jianshan, he was startled. He hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Tu Fu greets the fourth young master." Although there were not many people in Lore City who had seen Jianshan's face, Tu Fu was one of them. Thus, he recognized Jianshan at a glance and hurriedly bowed. Jianshan stood in front of Tu Fu and said, "Commander Tu Fu, take your men back. Don't worry about the matters here." This general obeys. Tu Fu immediately clasped his hands, looking like a subordinate accepting an order from his superior. Jianshan's current status in the kingdom of Jessen was imperial protector. He did indeed have the right to order a mere general of a city guard. "Let's all go into the city," Jianshan said to the people behind him. He then rose into the air with Qin Ji and flew into the city. Behind him, the 5 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire and 3 people in silver-white armor slowly rose into the air, radiating with various elemental energies. They followed closely behind Jianshan. Tu Fu, who had not yet gone far, saw this and was immediately shocked. His eyes widened as he involuntarily cried out, "Oh my God! They're actually all Heaven Saint Masters." Watching Jianshan's group fly into the distance, Tu Fu finally returned to his senses after a long time. He let out a long sigh and slowly suppressed the shock in his heart. He was still in a state of shock as he muttered to himself, "This fourth young master of Changyang Prefecture is just too amazing. I wonder where he got so many Heaven Saint Masters from." Watching Jianshan disappear into the sky, Tu Fu's eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. Jianshan's group flew very quickly and soon arrived above Changyang Prefecture. They then slowly descended under the dumbfounded gazes of a large group of people. Just as they landed, 5 powerful auras shot over from nearby. Chang Wuji, Chao Kachin, Dongyi, Jubai, Tian Luo, and Qing Xiaofan flew over like lightning. Their auras shook the heavens. The appearance of several Heaven Saint Masters in the sky had alarmed them. They thought that the experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had come again, so their auras were filled with surging battle intent. However, when they saw that the people who had come were all Jianshan, they immediately rejoiced and their powerful auras disappeared in an instant. Imperial Protector, Qing Xiaofan and the 3 others stood before Jianshan and clasped their hands in greeting. Chang Wuji stood to the side and looked at the people behind Jianshan in shock. He was also extremely unsettled, but it was soon replaced by a gratified smile. "I never thought that the 4th young master would actually bring back 8 Heaven Saint Masters in just a few days." Chang Wuji was extremely excited. The 4th young master was so capable. He could already see the day when Changyang Prefecture would soar under the 4th young master's lead. "Did anything happen in the 2 days I was gone? Were there any movements from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom?" Jianshan asked calmly. "Nothing. Everything is normal. As for the news from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, we're not too sure. In any case, no experts have come to cause trouble." The Heaven Saint Masters of the Kingdom of Jessen also knew that the king was attacked, so they sent 3 experts from various places to gather in the Imperial Palace. In addition to the 1 expert originally in the Imperial Palace, there are now 4 Heaven Saint Masters. Xiaotian is still in the Imperial Palace, but he's worried that Lore City's strength is insufficient, so he sent me back to guard this place. Qing Xiaofan said. Good. Jianchen nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Chang Wuji and said, Chang Bo, this is my brother, the third prince of the Qin Empire, Qin Ji. These 5 are the imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. These 3 are the commanders of the most elite troops of the Qin Empire, the Eastern Deity Sword Legion. They've come with me from the Qin Empire to deal with the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Chang Bo did not dare to tarry and hurriedly asked a few questions. After exchanging some pleasantries, everyone was warmly invited by Chang Wuji to a luxurious inn that they were temporarily staying in. Chang Yongba also received the news. This matter was of great importance to both the Changyang Prefecture and the Kingdom of Jessen, so he naturally could not do nothing. He immediately ordered the inn to prepare the best banquet to welcome these people who had come from the Qin Empire. Because the people who had come this time were either the imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, generals, or princes, their high status made many of the old people in the Changyang Prefecture feel weak in the knees. As a result, there were not many people in the Changyang Prefecture who had the qualifications to attend the banquet. Other than Chang Wuji, there were only 4 people: Jianchen, his parents, and his parent. As for Princess Yu, because she was Jianchen's fiancée, she also had the qualifications to sit. Ming Dong and Dugu Feng also had extraordinary backgrounds, so they naturally had the qualifications to sit as well. The 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire and the 3 Qin Mingwu and his sons accompanied Chang Yongba, his wife, and Chang Wuji at the same table. Because the imperial advisors who had arrived earlier had already told the people who came later about the relationship between Chang Yongba and the others and the imperial protector, the 5 imperial advisors and 3 generals who had just arrived treated Chang Yongba and his wife with great respect. At the other table, Jianchen, Ming Dong, Dugu Feng, Princess Yu, and Qin Ji were also chatting happily. Because they were all old acquaintances who had met at the mercenary tournament, they were all very happy to see each other. Just as everyone was chatting at the table, the city lord's manor and Changyang Prefecture also received news that an unidentified army had suddenly appeared outside the city. This news was received by one of the higher-ups of Changyang Prefecture, but he already knew the inside story. He only smiled mysteriously and didn't seem to care at all. However, the city lord couldn't remain as calm as him. He immediately dropped everything at hand and rushed over with several experts and an army. When the city lord stood on the city walls of Lore City and looked into the distance, the number of people there had already increased by 20,000. Moreover, there were several large banners in the crowd. The banners fluttered in the wind, and the large Qin character was very eye-catching. Chapter 486. Impossible. There's no way this is the army of the Qin Huang Kingdom. The Qin Huang Kingdom is so far away from the Jessen Kingdom. How could their army suddenly appear outside of Lore City? The city lord of Lore City quickly refuted this unrealistic idea. Sir City Lord. City Guard General Tu Fu came to the city lord's side. Tu Fu, where did those people come from? Are they friends or foes? Is there a secret passage there? The city lord stared ahead with shining eyes as he asked in a deep voice. City Lord, I do not know where they came from, but I am certain that they are friends and not foes because they were brought here by the 4th young master of the Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Shoten. Furthermore, Tu Fu paused as his expression changed, becoming rather shocked. The city lord suddenly looked at Tu Fu and asked, "Furthermore what?" Tu Fu sucked in a deep breath before speaking with a trembling voice. Furthermore, there are 9 Heaven Saint Masters with the 4th young master. They are all unfamiliar faces, and are not from our kingdom of Jessen. Since Qin Ji had been taken away by Jianchen, Tu Fu did not pay close attention, so he naturally treated Qin Ji as a Heaven Saint Master. What? 9 Heaven Saint Masters? The city lord was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. 9 Heaven Saint Masters were nothing to the Qin Huang Kingdom, But if they were placed in a small, remote kingdom like the Jessan kingdom, the deterrence they would create would be unimaginable. They would be an incomparably powerful force. This was because even at the peak of the kingdom of Jessan, the total number of Heaven Saint Masters in the kingdom of Jessan was only 11. Even then, there were only 11. I need to go to the Changyang prefecture immediately to check on the situation. The city lord did not hesitate at all. He immediately descended from the city walls and rode on his magical beast as he made his way to the Changyang prefecture alone. When the city lord arrived in the Changyang prefecture, the person who received him was a member of the upper echelon of the Changyang prefecture. Changyang Qing, we've known each other for many years. I just heard that several Heaven Saint Masters have come. May I know who they are? The city lord smiled mischievously at an old man in the Changyang prefecture. The old man smiled and did not hide anything. Since the city lord wants to know, there's no harm in telling you. They've all come from the Qin Empire. There's a total of 9 of them. One of them is a prince of the Qin Empire, 3 of them are generals of the Qin Empire, and the remaining 5 are all imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. The city lord immediately became stunned. At that moment, his heart began to beat faster than it had ever been before. Just the fact that so many Heaven Saint Masters had gathered in Lore City was enough to shock him. However, what he did not dare to imagine was that these Heaven Saint Masters possessed such lofty statuses. If they were not princes of the Qin Empire, they were generals and imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. Any one of these people would be enough to crush a large number of people to death in the kingdom of Jessan. Yet now, so many people of extraordinary statuses had actually gathered in Lore City. The city lord felt an indescribable sense of panic. After learning about the situation, the city lord did not stay for long. He immediately left. The people who had come from the Qin Empire this time possessed such lofty statuses that even the city lord felt like he did not have the right to see them. After returning to the city lord's manor, the city lord of Lore City immediately went to his study. Not long after, a lightning bird with the strength of a magical beast of the 2nd rank flew out of the study, carrying a secret letter marked extremely urgent. It flew as fast as lightning towards the Jessan Kingdom's capital. After the banquet, the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, Qin Wuming, and his sons were all arranged to rest in an inn by Chang Bo. Qin Ji was with Jianshan's group. The graceful and elegant Bai Yuntian came before Jianshan and looked at him with a doting gaze. She said softly, "Xiang mother still has some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. You must properly entertain your guests. Do not neglect them in the slightest, do you understand?" Bai Yuntian had a faint smile on her face. The joy in her heart had already reached its peak. These days, Jianshan had already brought her far too many surprises. He had even caused everyone in Changyang Prefecture to treat her differently. She had vaguely become the first lady of Changyang Prefecture who held true power. "Mother, go do your own things. I know what to do." In front of his mother, Jianshan was like an obedient child. Qin Ji, who had seen this scene for the first time, opened his mouth wide in disbelief. He looked at Jianshan as if he was looking at a complete stranger. After watching Bai Yuntian leave, Jianshan left the inn with Mingdong, Qin Ji, and the others. They arrived at Changyang Prefecture, which was currently being rebuilt. The reconstruction of Changyang Prefecture proceeded very quickly. There were over 1,000 craftsmen taking turns to work day and night. All kinds of high-grade construction materials were also continuously transported from various places. This caused the originally ruined Changyang Prefecture to begin to take shape in just a few days. Although the rebuilt Changyang Prefecture did not change much, the area had expanded by more than 2 times. It even occupied a street that was not bustling with activity. Qin Ji looked around the rebuilt Changyang Prefecture and asked, "Jianshan, is this your home?" Jianshan nodded and said, "Yes, this is my home. However, it was destroyed by the people of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom a few days ago." The heavenly eagle kingdom is too hateful. They absolutely cannot be forgiven. Jianshan, when do you plan to go on a crusade against the heavenly eagle kingdom? Qin Ji's expression became serious. After the Eastern Sword Legion has all arrived, we will immediately set off for the heavenly eagle kingdom, Jianshan said without hesitation. Changyang Shoten, I hope you can inform my father about this matter, Princess Yu suddenly said, looking at Jianshan with eyes full of hidden bitterness. Princess Yu does not need to worry. Someone has already informed His Majesty about this matter before us. I believe His Majesty the King will be here soon, Jianshan said with a chuckle. Princess Yu curled her lips. She was clearly very dissatisfied with Jianshan's reply. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Changyang Shoten, let me go with you to go on a crusade against the heavenly eagle kingdom this time. Princess Yu also knew that Jianshan was the backbone of this large group. As long as he nodded in agreement, even her father's objection would be useless. Hearing this, Jianshan frowned slightly. He looked at Princess Yu's delicate appearance and said with a serious expression, this time, there will definitely be a bloody scene. You have never experienced such a scene before. Can you take it? Princess Yu's bright eyes met Jianshan's gaze without the slightest fear. She said with a firm tone, it is precisely because I have never experienced it that I want to go and experience it. No matter what, there is a first time for everything. Moreover, I believe that this will also be a kind of training for my heart. Alright. Jianshan could not find a reason to reject Princess Yu's words. Furthermore, Princess Yu was right. The bloody battles on the battlefield were indeed a kind of training for some girls. Outside Lore City, two middle-aged men were riding on two Class 3 magical beasts as they slowly advanced towards the city ahead. One of them was a man with a bear-like waist and a tiger's back, while the other was a middle-aged man with a rather scholarly appearance. The man with a bear-like waist and a tiger's back was holding a roasted chicken in his hand and chewing it in big bites. His mouth was covered in grease as he said in a muffled voice, that should be Lore City ahead. After walking for so long, we finally arrived here. I am so tired. That's right. We are about to reach Lore City. You should wipe off the grease on your mouth. After all, this is a large city. You should pay attention to your image. The middle-aged man looked at the man's greasy face and could not help but speak up. I understand. The man with a bear-like waist and a tiger's back hurriedly tore off all the meat on the roasted chicken and chewed it in big bites. Then, he casually threw the roasted chicken to the side of the road and took out a handkerchief from his space belt to wipe off the grease on his mouth. These two people were Senior En and Yunjing. The two of them had slowed down their pace as soon as they entered the kingdom of Jessen. They walked and stopped along the way and walked like this for several days before finally arriving at Lore City. When the two of them approached Lore City, Senior En suddenly discovered the Eastern deity Sword Legion not too far away. He said in surprise, Yunjing, look. There is actually an army camp over there. Hearing this, Yunjing also looked over. Indeed, he discovered a large group of people 5 kilometers to the side. Roughly estimating that there were at least 50 to 60,000 people, many tents had already been set up in the surroundings. However, when Yunjing's gaze fell on the flag fluttering in the wind, his expression suddenly changed. He cried out in surprise, "How is this possible? They are actually the army of the Qin Empire." What? The Qin Empire? Yunjing, are you mistaken? The Qin Empire is so far away from here. How could their army have come all the way here? Senior En asked in disbelief. It can't be wrong. That is clearly the flag of the Qin Empire. It can't be fake, Yunjing said with a serious expression. Forget it. Who cares what country it is? It has nothing to do with us. Let's hurry up and enter the city. The two of them came to the entrance of Lore City and lined up to enter the city. They discovered that Lore City was very strict with the inspection of people entering the city. Everyone who entered the city, no matter who they were, had to be stopped and questioned before they were allowed to leave. Entering the city is so troublesome, Senior N grumbled impatiently behind them. The kingdom of Jessen hasn't been very peaceful recently, especially since something happened to Lore City a few days ago. It makes sense that the security is tight, Yunjing explained. Chapter 487. I'm Senior N and he's Yunjing. We've obviously entered the city to look for someone. Senior N did not doubt him at all. However, the soldiers who heard these two names were immediately shocked. Someone immediately called out, "We've found them. They're Senior N and Yunjing. Quick, go inform the city lord's estate." Hearing this, a few soldiers immediately climbed onto their magical beast mounts and ran into the city. The soldiers' reactions stunned Senior N and Yunjing. The two of them did not understand what was going on. Seeing the soldiers running into the city on their magical beast mounts, a gleam of light flashed through Yunjing's eyes. He immediately charged forward with a gust of wind. With his full strength as an Earth Saint Master, he easily caught up to the soldiers on their magical beasts. He directly punched their mounts and killed them. The soldiers on them also rolled off their mounts in an extremely wretched manner. Speak clearly. What's going on? It's our first time in the kingdom of Jessen, and we haven't offended anyone. Who would spend so much effort to find the two of us? Yunjing said in a deep voice as he stood in the center of the city gates. A tremendous presence radiated from his body. The situation here had alarmed quite a few soldiers. Immediately, a large group of armored soldiers hurriedly ran down from the city walls and surrounded Yunjing. On the city walls, powerful crossbow carts were also fully drawn. The arrowheads were aimed at Yunjing, ready to fire at any time. Senior An's face also became stern. He stomped his foot on the ground and leapt into the air. He passed by the soldiers surrounding Yunjing and arrived beside him. They stood together and faced off against the surrounding soldiers. What's going on? Who's causing trouble down there? A deep voice rang out from the city walls. The commander of the city guards, Tu Fu, stood on the city walls and looked down. He spoke expressionlessly, but a cold light flickered in his eyes. A few soldiers who had been interrogating Senior N and Yunjing hurriedly ran over. They hurriedly stopped the two sides. Don't misunderstand, we're all on the same side. We're all on the same side. Then, a soldier hurriedly reported to Tu Fu, who was standing high up on the city gate tower, reporting to the commander-in-chief, "These two are senior physician N and Yunjing." "Dr. N. Yunjing," Tu Fu muttered in a low voice. Soon after, his expression changed. His expression immediately became solemn as he shouted, "Everyone, back down. Do not be rude." The soldiers surrounding senior physician N and Yunjing retreated like a receding tide. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. The originally tense atmosphere also relaxed following the departure of this group of soldiers. However, this left senior physician N and Yunjing puzzled. No one knew what was going on. Tu Fu had already arrived in front of the two. He cupped his hands and smiled warmly. "So the two of you are Dr. N and Yunjing. You have finally appeared. We have been looking for you for several days. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? The two of us don't seem to know you." Dr. N couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Tu Fu chuckled and said, "Actually, it's not us who's looking for you. The one who's looking for you too is the fourth young master of Changyang Prefecture." Yunjing's brows furrowed slightly. The fourth young master of Changyang Prefecture. Could it be the Changyang Shoten who has been the talk of the town recently? That's right. It is indeed the fourth young master of Changyang Shoten. If the two of you are really the people the fourth young master is looking for, then you will definitely know the fourth young master. Tu Fu smiled and explained patiently to the two of them. "What Changyang Shoten? You've probably got the wrong person. I don't even know that Changyang Shoten." Dr. An's face was gloomy. This. Tu Fu hesitated. Judging from Dr. N and Yunjing's expressions, It was obvious that they didn't know Changyang Shoten. This made him wonder if he had really found the wrong person. Yunjing frowned slightly and thought for a while. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, "Dr. An, do you think this Changyang Shoten could be Jianchen?" Dr. An was slightly taken aback before his eyes lit up. He exclaimed, "Yes, it must be Jianchen. It must be him. Because it was Jianchen who asked us to come to Lore City, only he knows our names." Hearing this, a wide smile appeared on Tu Fu's face again. He said, "Both of you, the fourth young master lives in Changyang Prefecture. Allow me to lead the way for the two of you." Following this, Tu Fu personally led the way for Dr. An and Yunjing, bringing them to Changyang Prefecture. When Dr. An and Yunjing arrived, Jianchen, Mingdong, and the others were inspecting the rebuilt Changyang Prefecture. Soon, the two sides met. "Hey Jianchen, it really is you. I didn't think that the Changyang Xiangtian who has been the talk of the town would actually be you." As soon as the two sides met, Dr. An opened his mouth and laughed loudly. He was obviously very happy. Yunjing, on the other hand, was much calmer. He stood to one side without saying anything, but his heart was in turmoil. This was because the two of them had heard many legends about the fourth young master of the Changyang clan on their way here. The two of them had snorted disdainfully at this 21-year-old Heaven Saint master more than once. Since they had made friends at the mercenary tournament, everyone was naturally happy to see each other again. Jianchen immediately ordered the inn's waiter to prepare a banquet to welcome Dr. An and Yunjing. The two of them had spent half a year, crossing over 1,000,000 kilometers to get here. This touched Jianchen very much. "Jianchen, I never thought that in just half a year, your strength would have reached the level of a Heaven Saint master. This is just too unbelievable. It looks like you've benefited a lot from the sacred land." Dr. An mumbled with a piece of roasted meat in his mouth. He was also amazed that Jianchen could become a Heaven Saint master. "Haha, the sacred land is indeed a very good place. However, my breakthrough to Heaven Saint master was not entirely due to the sacred land. There was something else," Jianchen said vaguely. He did not explain too clearly. The few of them chatted very happily at the table. They all talked about some of the things they had experienced in the past. Princess Yu, who sat there silently, also gained a deeper understanding of Jianchen from everyone's conversation. She learned more about Jianchen's past. Very soon, night arrived. A few powerful auras rapidly approached from the distance. They soon stopped outside the inn where the people of the Changyang Prefecture were staying. Jianchen and the imperial advisors of the Qin Empire immediately walked out of the inn. They saw the king of the kingdom of Jessen. Other than Xiaotian, the principal of the Kargath Academy, Kafir, and Yi Ming, who was stationed in the imperial palace, were also with him. "I never thought that the king would come so quickly. He's much faster than I expected," Jianchen thought to himself. After the king, Kafir, and Yi Ming exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone else, they were invited to the inn by Chang Wuji. However, most of their gazes were fixed on Jianchen. In the past few days, Jianchen had surprised them more and more. They never thought that in just a few days, he would bring back 8 Heaven Saint Masters and a powerful army from the Qin Empire. This lineup shocked the king. Jianchen's influence in the Qin Empire was much greater than he had imagined. In a spacious and luxurious room of the inn, the 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, Qin Wuming, and his sons had all come to meet the king of the kingdom of Jessen. Although their statuses were much higher than the king of a small country, they were completely giving face to Jianchen. At the same time, they had also found out that the king of the kingdom of Jessen was Jianchen's future father-in-law. Just this identity alone was enough for them to treat him seriously. This was because they all understood that in the near future, the newly appointed imperial protector was fated to become a saint ruler, or even higher. A 21-year-old Heaven Saint Master was definitely unprecedented on the Tian Yuan continent. No one could predict his future. The king obviously understood that the reason why everyone treated him so courteously was all because of Jianchen. He immediately felt extremely gratified and proud of the wise decision he had made all those years ago. If he had not decided on this marriage when he was young, he probably would not have been as glorious as he was now, able to stand on equal footing with so many important people of the Qin Empire as the king of a small country. After the king humbly said a few words of praise to everyone, his gaze finally landed on Jianchen. He smiled and said, "Dear nephew, may I ask when you will be preparing to attack the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom? The 500,000 soldiers of the Eastern Swords Legion will all be sent over tomorrow. Once the army is gathered, we will immediately set off," Jianchen replied. "Good, good, good. I'd like to see how the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom will be able to stop the elite armies and experts of the Qin Empire. Dear nephew, this matter is no small matter to my kingdom of Jessen. I plan on going to the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom with you. What do you think?" The king spoke to Jianchen in a completely negotiating manner. Right now, Jianchen's status was far greater than the king's, and the power he possessed was not something the kingdom of Jessen could compare to. Jianchen obviously would not reject the king's request. He nodded without any hesitation. Although the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was not weak, so many experts from the Qin Empire had come this time, so it was still possible to protect a few people. Chapter 488. The next morning, a large group of influential figures gathered in the inn to discuss how to deal with the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. The people who expressed their opinions the most were Jianchen, and the king. Qin Ji also chimed in occasionally. As for the 10 imperial advisors and 3 generals of the Qin Empire, they did not say anything. Their mission was only to contribute their strength. As for how to deal with the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, the decision was still in Jianchen's hands. At this moment, a soldier of the Eastern Sword Legion ran in and knelt on one knee, reporting to the general, "The Eastern Sword Legion's 500,000 troops have all been assembled. I didn't expect them to be assembled so quickly. It's much faster than I expected." Qin Ji chuckled. Qin Wuming looked at Jianchen and said, "Imperial Protector, what should we do next?" Jianchen stood up and said, "Set out immediately." Next, a group of people rode out of Lore City on their magical beast mount. This time, the army was accompanied by the 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, Qin Wuming and his sons, the third Prince Qin Ji, Changyang Ba Jianchen, Princess Yu Mingdong, Dugu Feng, as well as Dr. En and Yunjing, who had just arrived not long ago. In addition, the king of the Kingdom of Jessen had also personally led the army. Along with him were 2 experts from the Kingdom of Jessen. They were the Dean of Kargath Academy, Kafir, and Yi Ming, who had stayed behind to guard the palace. The group of people left Lore City. From afar, they could see that a large group of people had already gathered a few kilometers away from the city. A vast aura filled the surrounding space. Even though they were far away, they could clearly feel a huge pressure that affected Lore City. All the mercenaries and merchants entering and leaving Lore City couldn't help but look sideways. Endless discussions could be heard, but very few people dared to go over and take a look. A group of people, led by Jianchen, all rode their magical beast mounts to the front of the army. They saw the 500,000 soldiers of the Eastern Deity Sword Legion standing in a neat square formation. Every one of them was expressionless, but their gazes were piercingly cold. Beside every soldier, there was a huge green wolf that was over 3 meters long lying on the ground. The Qin Empire had a specialized breeding ground for magical beasts. As one of the most elite legions of the Qin Empire, every soldier of the Eastern Sword Legion was equipped with a magical beast. These magical beasts had only arrived through the spatial gate. Seeing this scene, Jianchen's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that in such a short period of time, not only had the 500,000 soldiers arrived through the spatial gate in advance, but they had also brought along so many magical beasts. What surprised him even more was that the Qin Empire was able to train these savage magical beasts into such obedient mounts. He couldn't help but admire the methods of the Qin Empire from the bottom of his heart. The deputy commander of the Eastern Sword Legion, Qin Wuming, came to the front of the army and shouted, "All soldiers, get on your mounts and set off." The 500,000 soldiers of the Eastern Sword Legion didn't say a word. They jumped onto the magical beast mounts lying at their feet in an orderly manner. Then, they were led away by Jianchen and the rest. The entire army marched toward the border of the kingdom of Jessen in a grandiose manner. At this moment, a large group of people had gathered at the gate of Lore City. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity as they looked at the army in silver-white armor. They were whispering to each other, "Who are these people? How can they emit such a powerful aura? Even I feel a chill down my spine. Could this be some large-scale mercenary group doing something big? How is that possible? Let's not talk about the fact that our Jessen kingdom doesn't have such a powerful mercenary group. Even the surrounding kingdoms don't have such a large mercenary group. Look at this long line, there must be at least a few 100,000 people. This should be an army, but since when did the Jessen kingdom have such a valiant army? Just the aura they're emitting is enough to make me tremble in fear. They're like ferocious beasts. An army like this is too frightening. The kingdom of Jessen doesn't seem to have such an army. Look at their flag. It's not the flag of the kingdom of Jessen at all. However, there is the word Qin on the flag. Recently, the imperial advisor of the Qin Empire appeared in the kingdom of Jessen. Do you think this is the army of the Qin Empire? Do you see the magical beasts riding beside them? They are all Class 2 and Class 3 magical beasts. I even noticed quite a number of Class 4 magical beasts. Oh my God, just these magical beasts alone are enough to make them a terrifying force. Look at the few people at the front of the line. Isn't that man in a white robe the king of the kingdom of Jessen? His Majesty is leading such a large army into battle. Is he going to deal with the allied army of the four kingdoms? A few days ago, the experts of the kingdom of Heavenly Eagle came to the kingdom of Jessen and destroyed a large part of the palace. I think His Majesty is leading the army to deal with the kingdom of Heavenly Eagle. The advance of an army of 500,000 deterred everyone. The gates of Lore City were completely blocked, and there were already over 1,000 people gathered here to watch the soldiers of the Eastern Divine Sword Legion slowly leave. Discussions could be heard everywhere, incessantly ringing in the ears. On the city walls, the city lord of Lore City, the members of the other three clans, as well as many other people of status, had all gathered here. Everyone stared blankly at the vast army in front of them. Their faces were slack. At this point, everyone understood in their hearts that the kingdom of Jessen was able to climb up to the Qin Empire because of the fourth young master of Changyang Prefecture. Now that they had the support of the Qin Empire, the kingdom of Jessen would soon become the dominant figure in this region. The army of 500,000 began to speed up after they got on the official road. As everyone was riding on magical beasts that were good at speed, they ran like the wind and lightning. Wherever the army passed, a large amount of yellow dust would be kicked up from the ground. Smoke and dust filled the sky and covered the sun. If it were not for the fact that the Eastern Divine Sword Legion was a group of well-trained soldiers, just the extremely high speed of the army would have caused chaos in the formation of the army. How could they still be in such good condition? This time, Jianchen and the 15 Heaven Saint Masters in the army gave up on flying. Instead, they all rode on magical beasts. With Jianchen in the lead, they quickly led the army to the south in a triangular formation. The kingdom of Heavenly Eagle was to the south of the kingdom of Jessen. The army had to pass through the southern fort to reach the Antilles kingdom. After that, they would have to pass through the territories of two kingdoms to reach the kingdom of Heavenly Eagle. The journey was extremely long. Even with the speed of a Heaven Saint Master, it would take them 2 days to reach the kingdom of Heavenly Eagle. On the other hand, the army would need 10 days to reach the kingdom of Heavenly Eagle. After 2 days of rapid travel, the army of 500,000 arrived at the southern fort. When the general in charge of the fort received the news, he had already led his men to wait 10 kilometers away. The army rested for a while at the southern fort. Then, another army of 500,000 from the kingdom of Jessen joined in. They mingled with the Eastern Divine Sword Legion of the Qin Empire. Within the army of 1,000,000, 2 flags flew. One was the flag of the Qin Empire, while the other was the flag of the kingdom of Jessen. This was something that the king of the kingdom of Jessen and Jianshan had discussed long ago. This was also to announce to the outside world that the relationship between the kingdom of Jessen and the Qin Empire had reached a level of closeness. This action was also to intimidate the surrounding kingdoms. The million-strong army headed south, approaching the Antilles kingdom in the south. Wherever the army passed, the merchants and mercenaries would make way for them, leaving behind all sorts of discussions. At the same time, all sorts of information was passed into the hands of the various factions in the surrounding kingdoms. The king of the Antilles kingdom also received news that the army of 1,000,000 from the kingdom of Jessen was heading towards his kingdom as soon as possible. When he saw the flag of the Qin Empire fluttering in the wind, the king immediately paled in fright. His entire body trembled, and he immediately called for a meeting with his ministers. In the imperial palace of the Antilles kingdom, several dozen ministers and civil and military officials were gathered in the discussion hall. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. I never thought that the relationship between the kingdom of Jessen and the Qin Empire would be even closer than we imagined. They've actually sent an army to reinforce the kingdom of Jessen. According to the information we've gathered in the past 2 days, 500,000 of them belong to the Qin Empire. They're the most elite troops. Every single one of them has a powerful magical beast as a mount. They're extremely powerful, and we don't know how many Heaven Saint Masters they have. Everyone, what do you think we should do? The king of the Antilles kingdom sat on his throne and spoke with a heavy voice. His face was extremely solemn, and his brows were furrowed with worry. Your Majesty, there's no need for us to worry. We've already surrendered to the kingdom of Jessen in the war back then, and we've even given them a large amount of compensation. It's basically a perfect solution to the problem. The kingdom of Jessen won't be able to cause us any more trouble. According to the information we received from our spies in the kingdom of Jessen 2 days ago, the kingdom of Jessen is most likely going to deal with the Heavenly Eagle kingdom. Our Antilles kingdom just happens to be between the kingdom of Jessen and the Antilles kingdom, so I'm certain that the kingdom of Jessen wants to go through our Antilles kingdom to reach the Heavenly Eagle kingdom, said an old general in armor. Your Majesty, I completely agree with old General Mu's opinion. The experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom caused trouble in the kingdom of Jessen a few days ago. Not only did they destroy the palace, but they even captured the king of the kingdom of Jessen. Without a doubt, this is a vicious slap to the face of the kingdom of Jessen. As a result, I also believe that the kingdom of Jessen is going to deal with the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and not our Antilles kingdom, so we can be at ease. Hearing the two's words, the Anles kingdom's king sat on his throne and pondered for a while before nodding. My 2 beloved subjects, your words are very reasonable. Right now, the relationship between the Jessen kingdom and the Qin Huang kingdom is as close as brothers. We absolutely cannot afford to offend them. Since they want to go through the Anles kingdom to the Heavenly Eagle kingdom, then the Anles kingdom will open our doors wide and let them pass. Chapter 489. After traveling for a day and a half, the army of 1,000,000 from the kingdom of Jessen and the Qin Empire finally arrived at the fortress on the border of the Anles kingdom. Just when the army was 20 kilometers away from the fortress, they saw a large group of people gathered in the distance. Several flags of the Anles kingdom were planted in the ground, fluttering in the wind. Seeing the situation up ahead, Ming Dong rode over to Jianshan's side on his magical beast. He pointed up ahead and said, "Brother, look. There are actually people from the Anles kingdom over there. Don't tell me they think we've come to attack them. Jianshan had already observed the situation up ahead with his soul. He gently shook his head with a smile and said, "No, no. They've come to receive us." Receive us? Ming Dong was slightly surprised, but he soon understood. That makes sense. Looks like the deterrence of the Qin Empire's army really is extraordinary. They've actually scared the Anles kingdom so much that they've come to receive us 10 kilometers away from the fortress. Of course. The Qin Empire is one of the 8 great nations of the Tian-Yuan continent. Their strength is unquestionable. A tiny kingdom like the Anles can't even compare to our kingdom of Jessen, so how can they not fear the Qin Empire? I believe that the king of the Anles kingdom will be among the people who've come to receive us this time. The king of the kingdom of Jessen chuckled as he walked behind them. His face was filled with indescribable pride. As they chatted and laughed, they arrived 10 kilometers away from the fortress of the Anles kingdom very soon. They were only 100 meters away from the group that had come to receive them. The king of the kingdom of Jessen had guessed correctly. The group that had come to receive them were all royalty, ministers, and armored generals of the Anles kingdom. There were over 100 of them, and the leader was an old man in his 60s. He wore a crown and a dragon robe. He was the king of the Anles kingdom. All of them looked exhausted. It was obvious that they had rushed over from the imperial palace and did not have time to rest. The Anles king stepped forward with a solemn expression, cupping his hands towards the army and saying, "This king is the Anles king, leading all the civil and military officials of the Qin Huang kingdom to welcome the distinguished guests of the Qin Huang kingdom. My Anles kingdom warmly welcomes the distinguished guests of the Qin Huang kingdom." As he spoke, the king of the Antilles kingdom was also sizing up the crowd. Jianshan, who was walking at the front, naturally caught his attention at first glance. He thought to himself, this person must be the person with the highest status in the Qin Empire. Immediately, King Alls looked at Jianshan with undisguised respect. The advancing speed of the million-strong army gradually slowed down, and they finally stopped when they were 20 meters away from the Antilles kingdom. No one spoke. Jianshan pondered for a moment, then turned to the king behind him, and said softly, "Your Majesty, you go and negotiate with him." "Good, good, good." The king's face was full of smiles, and he was incomparably happy. Jianshan's actions were clearly raising his status. The king rode a rank 3 magical beast, the Golden Lion, and slowly walked forward to negotiate with King Anles. Seeing Jianshan's actions, King Anles was even more certain of his thoughts. The young man walking at the front was the leader of this group, and his status in the Qin Empire had to be extremely high. The two sides quickly finished negotiating. The king did not appear to be very friendly with King Anles, and he only calmly stated that the army was going to pass through the Antilles kingdom and head towards the Heavenly Eagle kingdom. King Anles had already guessed this. Not only did he not refuse, he even agreed. His attitude was so enthusiastic that it was as if he could not have asked for more. The king did not exchange too many pleasantries with King Anles. He then returned to the army, and the army continued to advance towards the fortress 10 kilometers away. Seeing that the army had already passed by him, King Anles had an anxious look on his face. He quickly ran up to Jianshan, who was walking at the front, and said respectfully, Your Majesty." King Anles knew that Jianshan represented the Qin Empire, and his status was probably even higher than the imperial advisor of the Qin Empire. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for such a person to come to the Anles kingdom. He wanted to get closer to Jianshan and try to climb up the tree of the Qin Empire, just like the kingdom of Jessen. However, he did not get his wish in the end. Jianshan did not even look at him. He gradually increased the speed of his magical beast mount. His shouts were quickly drowned out by the deafening sound of hooves, and he was left behind by the rapidly advancing army. Looking at the army that belonged to the kingdom of Jessen, and the army of the Qin Empire mixed together, King Anles let out a long sigh. He felt very fortunate that he had made the decision to surrender to the Kingdom of Jesson in time when the Kingdom of Jesson was at war with the Kingdom of Jesson. He had also given them a large amount of compensation and resolved the matter a step earlier. Otherwise, this army of 1,000,000 wouldn't be advancing towards the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, but would be directly attacking the Anles Kingdom instead. Although the Anles Kingdom had an army of over 10,000,000, the strength of its army was far from comparable to the Qin Empire, one of the 8 great nations of the continent. Even this army of 500,000 would be difficult to stop. Although many ants could bite an elephant to death, an elephant only needed to stomp a large group of ants to death. If one wanted to kill an elephant, who knew how many ants they would have to pay with their lives? This was especially so when they encountered a group of ferocious elephants. The price they would have to pay would be even more disastrous. The gates of the Anles Kingdom's fortress were already wide open. Jianshan rode his magical beast at the very front, leading the army of 1,000,000 into the Anles Kingdom's territory with the deafening sound of hooves. They then headed south, heading straight for the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. At this moment, within the palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, the king was sitting leisurely in the garden, playing chess with a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion. At this moment, a personal guard hurriedly ran over from afar. He knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, this is an urgent secret letter from a spy." The king's gaze was fixed on the chessboard, not moving at all. He said, "Give it to me." The personal guard immediately handed the letter to the king. The king casually tore open the seal and took out a piece of white paper with words written on it. A moment later, the king's expression changed drastically. The hand holding the letter trembled slightly. He muttered absent-mindedly, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Noticing the king's expression, the ruddy old man also hesitated. He asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, what happened? Why are you losing your composure like this?" The king's face was slightly pale. He said in a deep voice, "Bad news. The relationship between the Kingdom of Jesson and the Qin Empire is even closer than we thought. The Qin Empire has already sent out an army of 500,000 to join forces with the Kingdom of Jesson to form an army of 1,000,000. They are currently rushing towards our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom." "What?" The old man sitting across from the king turned pale with fright. He immediately shook his head and said, "Impossible, this is definitely impossible. The distance between the Qin Empire and the Kingdom of Jesson is over 1,000,000 kilometers. It would take at least half a year for an army to get there. How could they arrive so quickly? Could it be that the Qin Empire already sent an army to the Kingdom of Jesson half a year ago? I'd rather believe it than not. Although it's a little exaggerated, the Qin Empire is still one of the 8 strongest countries on the continent. They are also the strongest of the 8, second only to the 3 empires. Who knows, they might have some special method that we don't know of to transport an army over. No, this is no small matter. It concerns the life and death of our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. I'll go ask Senior George to personally investigate this matter and see if the Qin Empire is truly involved." The king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom no longer had the mood to play chess. He hurriedly left. Within the Antilles Kingdom, the combined army of the Kingdom of Jesson and the Qin Empire had already passed through the center of the Antilles Kingdom after 2 days of travel. They were not far from the border fortress of the Antilles Kingdom. The army of 1,000,000 was currently resting on a large plain. They formed a circle in groups of 3 to 5 and 8 rations to fill their stomach. They had occupied an area of several dozen kilometers. The Kingdom of Jesson had sent a 100-man squad to a city 20 kilometers ahead to purchase rations. This was to provide for the daily needs of the 500,000 soldiers of the Kingdom of Jesson. Every soldier of the Qin Empire's Eastern Divine Sword Legion was given a space belt. There was a large amount of rations and water stored within, enough to last them for half a year. The kingdom of Jessen was not as wealthy as the Qin Empire. They could not afford a space belt for each of their 500,000 soldiers, so the rations they could bring with them were limited. After resting for 2 hours, the army set off once more. Very soon, they left the Antilles kingdom's borders and walked through a barren land. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed through Jianqin's eyes. He raised his head slightly to look at the sky. All he saw was a vast expanse of whiteness. Thick layers of clouds had completely blocked out the sun. There was nothing but whiteness. The dozen or so Heaven Saint Masters behind Jianqin seemed to have sensed something. They all raised their heads to look at the sky. Their calm eyes suddenly sharpened. Jianqin sneered, "It's the people from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Looks like they've come to investigate our situation. Xiao Tian, go invite them down." "Yes, sir," Xiao Tian replied. He immediately rose into the air and shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the vast expanse of white clouds. Boom! However, in the next moment, a heavy rumble rang out from the sky. Surging waves of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, dispersing a large portion of the thick clouds in the surroundings. Flames filled the sky, causing it to be dyed red. After the clouds dispersed, the scene in the sky appeared before everyone's eyes. A red and a blue speck of light that was even smaller than an ant collided with each other in the sky. Every time they collided, there would be a heavy rumble. After a few rounds, the blue speck of light fell from the sky. The red speck of light was hot on its heels. Very soon, the two specks of light gradually became clear. They were two figures. As soon as the blue figure fell, he stabilized himself in mid-air and then suddenly accelerated, charging towards the million-strong army below. Chapter 490. Over a dozen Heaven Saint Masters stood in front of the army. Their tremendous presence surged forward like a tidal wave, forming an extremely great deterrent. The blue figure that was originally charging toward the army came to a sudden halt. Xiao Tian, whose body was exuding the power of fire elements, had already caught up from behind and engaged in a fierce battle with that figure once again. Every time the two of them exchanged blows, a powerful energy shockwave would erupt, shaking the heavens and the earth. After a dozen or so short exchanges, the blue figure was injured by Xiao Tian. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky once more. In the end, he heavily crashed into the empty ground 100 meters in front of the army, creating a huge crater. Xiao Tian shot through the sky like a fire-red meteor. In the end, he hovered 10 meters above the ground. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the figure below emotionlessly. He did not continue to attack. A series of coughs rang out from the man's mouth. The expert that had been struck down by Xiao Tian climbed up from the ground with some difficulty. His gaze toward Xiao Tian was filled with some fear. The dozen or so powerhouses hovering in the air also descended one after another, sitting back down on their magical beast mount. Jianqin controlled his mount to slowly advance. In the end, he stopped 10 meters away from the expert. He looked at him with a smile. "Sir George, I never thought that we would meet again so soon. Looks like we really are fated." George stared at Jianqin sternly. His face was filled with fear. What had happened in the imperial palace of the kingdom of Jessen was still fresh in his mind. His saint weapon had been effortlessly destroyed by this young man. The fourth young master of the Changyang prefecture, Changyang Shoten, George said with a heavy voice. His face was extremely ugly. Jianqin chuckled. "Correct, that's me. I never thought that Sir George would recognize me." George looked at Xiao Tian behind him and the Heaven Saint Masters who had returned to their mounts. He said with a heavy voice, "Changyang Shoten, I've come this time to see the representative of the Qin Empire. Please move aside." "Sir George, do you think you have the right to do that?" Jianqin faintly smiled as he looked down at George from his mount. George's expression changed slightly. He said, "Of course I don't have the right, but it's not up to you to decide." What right do you have to stop me? Jianchen looked at George with a mocking expression. He smiled. If Sir George refuses to accept this, why don't we fight again? Let's see if I have the right to do that. George's face paled when he heard Jianchen's words. His chest heaved up and down. Clearly, he was quite angry. This was the first time he had been looked down upon by someone of the younger generation. Even though he was furious, he did not dare to show it. He had already witnessed Jianchen's strength in the imperial palace of the kingdom of Jessen. He was definitely not Jianchen's opponent. If he acted rashly, he would only be asking to be humiliated. George directly ignored Jianchen and looked at the army behind Jianchen. He clasped his hands and said, "I am George, and I represent the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. I hope to speak with the representative of the Qin Empire." No one replied to George. The 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, Qin Wuming and his sons, and the third prince, Qin Ji, did not speak. This was because the representative of the Qin Empire that George spoke of was right in front of him. It was just that he did not know about it. Princess Yu finally could not hold back her laughter when she saw this ridiculing scene. Her bright eyes were already curved into crescents as she stared at Jianchen's imposing figure in a daze. Jianchen also chuckled. "Sir George, you should go back and inform the king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Tell him to prepare himself and see just how powerful the most elite soldiers of the Qin Empire are." The most elite soldiers of the Qin Empire. George's heart sank. He looked at the majestic army in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that the Qin Empire would not only send out an army, but also the most elite one. George stood there with a gloomy expression. In the end, he turned around and left without a word. His heart was extremely heavy. "Let's continue on our way." The army continued to advance. They quickly marched through the endless plains for an entire day. By noon of the second day, they had arrived at the second kingdom they had to pass through, the Persian kingdom. The Persian kingdom, like the Antilles kingdom, had long since received news that the Qin Empire's army was going to pass through. The king had led a group of nobles and officials to wait at the border fortress for a long time. Moreover, the welcoming ceremony was much grander than the one held by the Antilles kingdom. The tall walls of the fortress were decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Below, there were thousands of people beating gongs and drums. They formed a 3-kilometer-long welcoming line along the main road. The million-strong army of the Kingdom of Jessen and the Qin Empire slowly slowed down. In the face of the warm welcome from the Persian kingdom, Jianchen only smiled and left the negotiation to the king of the Kingdom of Jessen. It was most appropriate for him to appear in such a situation. The attitude of the king of the Kingdom of Jessen toward the Persian kingdom was much warmer, unlike the cold attitude of the Antilles kingdom. The negotiation between the two kings was very simple. It was nothing more than a few pleasantries. During the conversation, the king of the Persian kingdom stated that he wanted to form an alliance with the Kingdom of Jessen. His attitude was very sincere. However, the king of the Kingdom of Jessen smoothly rejected the offer. Now that the Kingdom of Jessen had climbed up the big tree that was the Qin Empire, their status could be said to have soared. Their future was just around the corner. Normally, the king of the Kingdom of Jessen did not pay much attention to them. After the negotiation between the two sides, the king of the Kingdom of Jessen once again set out with the army. They passed through the borders of the Persian kingdom and headed straight for the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. In the palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, the injured George had already returned. He was currently recounting what he had seen to the king. "Your Majesty, the news can't be wrong. That really is the army of the Qin Empire. Moreover, it's the most elite army of the Qin Empire. There are even a dozen Heaven Saint Masters accompanying them. The situation is very bad," George said with a solemn expression. His brows were tightly knitted together. Sigh. The king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom sighed. "It's all because I was too impulsive back then. Minister Che's information was wrong. Not only is the relationship between the Kingdom of Jesson and the Qin Empire completely different from what Minister Che said, their relationship is extremely close. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent their most elite soldiers to assist the Kingdom of Jesson. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Should we surrender to them or fight to the death? If we fight to the death, we don't have enough Heaven Saint Masters. We won't be able to stop the enemy's experts at all. Moreover, the imperial advisors of the Qin Empire are all very powerful. Last time, they were able to utterly defeat 10 of our experts with just 6 of them. Almost none of them made it back. This time, there's Changyang Shoten in the army. Although he's still young, the mysterious energy in his hands is definitely the bane of all Heaven Saint Masters. Last time, in the palace of the Kingdom of Jesson, he defeated me in less than 5 moves. George's face was filled with worry. As soon as he mentioned Changyang Shoten, a deep fear appeared in his eyes. The strength and terror of the sword spirits had already instilled fear in this Heaven Saint Master. The king gently shook his head and rubbed his temples. He said weakly, "Surrendering is definitely not a solution. The Qin Empire's army came from so far away. If surrendering could make them retreat, they wouldn't need to bring their army over. They could just send a few of their most powerful imperial advisors. Why go through so much trouble? It looks like the Kingdom of Jesson wants to destroy our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom this time. We can't stop them, and surrendering isn't a solution either. What should we do?" George sighed. "Senior George N., go and inform the experts in the kingdom. Tell them what happened and have them all rush to the stronghold. I will think of a way to make the Qin Huang kingdom retreat." The king lay on the dragon throne tiredly with his eyes closed. George hesitated for a moment before nodding in the end. "All right, I'll go inform them right now." After George left, His Majesty slowly opened his tightly shut eyes again. He looked at the resplendent hall and muttered, "I didn't expect that a wrong decision back then would cause me to lose this empire. The empire that my ancestors had painstakingly built with so much effort has to be given to someone else." The king closed his eyes in pain. After a long while, he said, "Men, Your Majesty." A personal guard quickly ran up to him. "Go and inform Senior Longchen that I agree to their request. They need to help our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom overcome this crisis." After saying that, the king seemed to have lost all his strength. He was paralyzed on his throne. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. By now, the news of the Jesson Kingdom and Qin Huang Kingdom's alliance preparing to attack the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was known by many. This news had spread far and wide within 100,000 li radius, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Discussions about the Jesson Kingdom and Heavenly Eagle Kingdom could be heard everywhere in the surrounding kingdoms. During this period of time, the atmosphere in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had become extremely tense. Although the Jesson Kingdom and Qin Huang Kingdom only had 1,000,000 soldiers, which was nothing in front of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's army of over 10 million, everyone knew that the Qin Huang Kingdom's army was much stronger than the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's. Even if the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom only had 500,000 soldiers, they would still be able to deal a heavy blow to the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. If the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom dared to destroy the Qin Huang Kingdom's army of 500,000, then the Qin Huang Kingdom's next army might be 1,000,000 soldiers, or even more. In the face of the Qin Empire's army, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom clearly had no intention of surrendering. They had been mobilizing their troops for the past few days, gathering their elite troops from the other 3 directions to the fortress that the Kingdom of Jesson and the Qin Empire's army was about to reach. After a few days of preparation, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had already gathered 6 million soldiers at the northern fortress. Almost half of the kingdom's strength was placed here. In addition, all the experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were present. At the northern fortress of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, a dozen experts and a few armored generals stood there with serious expressions. They stared ahead with bright eyes, as if waiting for something to arrive. Chapter 491. The gates of the northern fortress of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were tightly shut. Countless fist-sized holes had appeared on the walls, each of which had a crossbow bolt as thick as an arm protruding from it. The walls were filled with soldiers, and each of them had a magic crystal cannon mounted on them. The black muzzles of the cannons were pointed straight ahead, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. 3 kilometers away from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, the million-strong army of the Kingdom of Jesson and the Qin Empire had already spread out in all directions to prevent the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's magic crystal cannons from firing at them. The soldiers were as dense as ants, covering the entire empty space. However, the soldiers of the Qin Empire and the Kingdom of Jesson had already split into 2 camps. The Kai clan's Eastern Divine Sword Legion stood at the front, while the Kingdom of Jesson's 500,000 soldiers stood at the back. After all, the Eastern Divine Sword Legion was the main force in this attack on the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. The Kingdom of Jesson and its 500,000 soldiers were only there to act as a facade. After all, the Kingdom of Jesson had just been baptized by the flames of war not too long ago. Its national strength was at an all-time low, and it could no longer endure any more setbacks. With Jianshan in the lead, the 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, as well as Qin Wuming and his 2 sons, slowly approached the fortress on their magical beast mounts. Kafir and Yi Ming were responsible for the safety of the king and Princess Yu. The Qin Empire was the only one contributing to this battle. The Kingdom of Jesson didn't need to do anything at all. As Jian Chen's group approached, 11 experts appeared on the walls of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's fortress. All of them stared at the 14 people slowly approaching on their magical beast mounts with stern expressions. George stared at Jianshan fearfully and said in a deep voice, "The young man at the very front is the 4th young master of the Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Shoten. Everyone be careful." George's wounds had completely healed under the combined efforts of several radiant Saint Masters. He seemed to be glowing right now. The experts standing on both sides of George nodded solemnly. They had already received George's warning. They knew that the young man walking at the front was young, but he was very difficult to deal with. Jian Chen led the 13 experts to a stop 500 meters away from the fortress. With their strength as Heaven Saint Masters, the magic crystal cannons and crossbow bolts used to deal with the ordinary soldiers of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom posed no threat to them at all. They directly treated them like they were nothing. Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Those who surrender will not be killed, but those who resist will be killed without mercy. Jianshan bellowed out. His voice was like thunder, reverberating in the surroundings for a long time. With a rumble, the sound waves actually caused the fortress of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom to tremble slightly. A thick layer of dust fell from the fortress. The experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom did not want to fall behind either. Someone immediately yelled out, "Kingdom of Jesson, you may have the support of the Qin Empire, but our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom is not afraid of you. If you have the courage, then attack the fortress. Our entire army of 5 million has been waiting for you for a long time." A cold light flickered through Jianshan's eyes as a sneer appeared on his lips. He said, "Commander Qin Wuming, give the order." "Yes, Imperial Protector." Qin Wuming clasped his hands in response. He then raised his hands high and yelled, "Eastern Divine Sword Legion, attack the fortress. Kill." As soon as Qin Wuming's voice fell, a shocking battle cry came from behind him. For a moment, the sound of hooves was deafening. The 500,000 soldiers of the Eastern Divine Sword Legion moved at the same time. They were like a group of wild horses that had broken free from their reins. They were like a flood that rushed toward the fortress of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Among them, the most eye-catching was a small team of around 500 people. They ran at the very front of the army, leaving the army behind them far behind. This squad of 500 people was the most elite squad in the Eastern Deity Sword Legion. They were completely made up of Earth Saint Masters. They were specifically tasked with scaling the walls of the enemy during sieges and destroying the magic crystal cannons and crossbows that the enemy had set up on the walls. Fire the magic crystal cannons. Fire the fortified crossbows. At the same time, the general of the heavenly eagle kingdom also gave the order. His voice that was filled with vigor entered the ears of every soldier. Immediately, the muffled sound of cannons rang out from the walls. Several hundred balls of fire with powerful energy waves smashed toward the soldiers of the Eastern Divine Sword Legion. Several thousand fortified crossbows turned into a black cloud as they shot out from the walls with ear-piercing sounds. These fortified crossbows could only kill great Saint Masters. They were not much of a threat to Earth Saint Masters. The 500 elites running at the very front all had the strength of an Earth Saint Master. They quickly waved the Saint weapons in their hands and blocked all the fortified crossbows that were shot at them. Although there were a lot of crossbow bolts, thousands of them, the attack area was very large, so they were scattered. After a wave of bolts was fired, even the speed of the 500 elite troops did not slow down in the slightest. Boom, 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 boom. A series of violent explosions rang out as several hundred energy shells fired from the magic crystal cannons bombarded the ground, creating a deep crater. The soldiers of the Eastern Divine Sword Legion were already prepared for the magic crystal cannons. Everyone had spread out long ago, keeping a certain distance between each other. As a result, the terrifying destructive power and area of effect of the magic crystal cannons were not displayed at all. This led to a wave of attacks that had a completely disproportionate effect. Only a dozen or so soldiers of the Eastern Divine Sword Legion were injured. The advance of the 500 people of the Eastern Divine Sword Legion was simply unstoppable. The magical beasts they were riding were Class 3 and Class 4 magical beasts that were good at running. In just a few breaths of time, they had crossed several kilometers and arrived at the walls of the fortress. Then, the magical beasts carried their riders and leaped up at the same time. Their sharp claws easily tore through the layer of iron outside the walls as they rapidly climbed up the walls. Pour the oil. The general of the heavenly eagle kingdom immediately ordered. Immediately, several hundred barrels of boiling oil were carried up the walls by the soldiers in an attempt to stop the enemy from climbing up the walls. However, before they could pour the oil, an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air from afar. Countless half-meter-long crossbows were shot from the front, riddling their bodies with thousands of holes. Not only did the oil not pour down, but because of the death of these soldiers, it lost its support and fell down one by one on the walls. The boiling oil spilled out, causing a raging fire to erupt on the walls. Thick black smoke rose up from the walls, as if to prove the tragedy of the battle. Below the walls, many of the Kai clan soldiers were already half-kneeling on the ground. Each of them held a small crossbow in their hands and shot arrows at the people on the walls from afar, providing cover for the 500 elite soldiers. The small crossbows that were only half a meter long were continuously shot out from their hands, killing all the soldiers that tried to stop the 500 elite soldiers. The 500 elite soldiers quickly climbed up the 100-meter-tall walls of the fortress on their magical beast mount. Then, they waved their saint weapons and mercilessly slaughtered the soldiers that were controlling the magic crystal cannons and crossbows. In just a moment, miserable cries rang out from the walls. The originally orderly soldiers of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were immediately thrown into chaos with the addition of the 500 elite soldiers from the Qin Empire. In front of an Earth Saint Master, even a great Saint Master would become extremely weak. The weaker ones would appear even more insignificant. Only other Earth Saint Masters could stop the 500 elite soldiers from advancing, but that was only in a one-on-one situation. Moreover, the chances of victory were extremely slim. The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's fortress was in a state of chaos. The hundreds of magic crystal cannons and crossbow carts had gradually stopped their attack. In the end, not a single magic crystal cannon or crossbow bolt could be fired. The powerful defensive equipment had become mere decorations. At the same time, the 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire all flew into the sky. Their powerful presences firmly locked onto the 11 Heaven Saint Masters of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, stopping them from moving forward to deal with the small group of elites that had already climbed up the walls. The experts of both sides did not move. Everyone knew that a battle between 20 Heaven Saint Masters would be an earth-shaking scene. Once the battle began, the mountains would collapse. Although the sturdy fortress of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom would be destroyed, the armies of both sides would also suffer extremely heavy losses. An entire 5 million soldiers of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were gathered behind the fortress. The army was extremely dense. Once a battle between Heaven Saint Masters broke out, the shock waves of energy would cause incalculable losses to the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. On the other hand, the Qin Empire only had an army of 500,000. It could be said that the lives of every single soldier were much more precious and important than those of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. The 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire were even more unwilling to see the soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion die in such a scene. This caused the experts of both sides to become fearful. No one wanted to make a move so easily. The 500 small groups of elites slaughtered in all directions on the walls. No one could stop them. Even if they were occasionally obstructed by the Earth Saint Masters of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, they would very quickly be killed by the combined forces of several small groups of elites. At this moment, quite a few of the 500,000 soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion had charged to the bottom of the walls. They all used the same method to scale the walls before engaging in an intense battle with the soldiers on the walls. Not long after, the tightly shut gates of the fortress were opened by a few soldiers in silver-white armor. The soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion that had been waiting outside immediately let out earth-shaking battle cries as they charged in. Chapter 492. An intense battle took place in the fortress of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Rivers of blood had already formed on the walls as corpses littered the ground. The silver-white armor of quite a few soldiers of the Eastern Swordsman Legion had already been dyed red with blood. Their armor was riddled with holes. If it were not for their powerful armor, some of them definitely would not have survived until now. After all, not everyone in the camp of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was weak. They would come across a few experts from time to time, or a single person would be attacked from all directions by over a dozen soldiers at the same time. All of these could injure them. Jianshan did not participate. He slowly retreated to the back on his magical beast and arrived beside Princess Yu. Noticing Princess Yu's slightly pale face, Jianshan knew that this was the first time she had seen such a bloody scene. She was not used to it, so he could not help but ask in concern, "Princess Yu, are you all right? If you really can't bear to watch any longer, just close your eyes." Princess Yu could not bear to watch the scene in front of her. She gently shook her head and muttered in a low voice, "Just how many people are going to die? War is just too cruel." Jianshan gently sighed, "There's nothing I can do about it. That's how war is. This scene basically plays out every day on the Tianyuan continent. The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of survival in the world. It's impossible to avoid war unless you can reach the level of the 3 great empires. Only with enough strength will no one provoke you. Chongyang Shoten, persuade them to surrender. Don't kill them anymore. These soldiers have wives and children." Princess Yu could not bear to watch any longer as she pleaded. Although she knew that war was cruel and unavoidable, she still found it difficult to bear when she truly saw such a bloody scene. Jianshan stared at the beautiful princess with shining eyes and said, "Princess Yu, before you say that, I hope you can remember how the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom treated your father. Not only did they destroy a large portion of the kingdom of Jessen's imperial palace, they even captured your father. In the end, if it weren't for the 5 imperial advisors of my Chongyang prefecture stopping the experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, it probably wouldn't just be your father. Even you would have been captured by the experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and become their prisoner." Princess Yu remained silent. She couldn't find any excuse to make a mistake. Jianchen continued, Princess Yu, since you were born into this world, you don't need to feel pity. The path is under your own feet, it just depends on how you walk it. I already gave them a chance just now, but they didn't cherish it. In this world, there is no such thing as cruelty. Everything is based on strength. Only with enough strength can you survive. Do you know how many people's blood I've stained my hands in order to survive these past few years? Let me tell you, at most tens of thousands, at least a few thousand. Changyang Shoten's words are very reasonable. If it weren't for the Qin Empire's assistance, we definitely wouldn't have been able to resist the allied forces of the four empires. And this scene in front of us didn't happen in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, but directly in the imperial palace of our kingdom of Jessen. The attackers were the allied forces of the four empires. Kargath Institute's principal, Kafir, also interjected. Princess Yu didn't say anything. She understood the logic of the two people's words very well. She rarely saw a scene of slaughter, but it was the first time she saw a life fall so easily. It was a very strong impact on her heart. After all, this wasn't as simple as a few dozen lives, but more than 1,000,000 lives. The scene of blood flowing like a river and death everywhere was so shocking that any girl who saw it for the first time wouldn't be able to bear it. Not to mention girls, even some men who hadn't experienced such a scene would find it hard to bear. The death toll of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom soldiers rose rapidly. The battle had lasted for half a day, and more than 5,000,000 soldiers from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had lost their lives. The Qin Empire's Eastern deity Sword Legion had also paid a price, but compared to the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's casualties, it was negligible. Only a few dozen people had died in battle, and more than 10,000 people had suffered injuries of varying degrees. Looking at the battle situation around him, the old general in charge of commanding the troops had an unprecedentedly serious expression. The strength of the Qin Empire's elite troops was much more powerful than he had imagined. A 5,000,000-strong army couldn't even stop a mere 500,000 people. Retreat. As expected, the old general gave the order to retreat. If this continued, even if the entire army was annihilated, it would absolutely not be able to cause too much damage to the elite troops of the Qin Empire. Following the sound of retreat, the great army of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom below immediately retreated like a tide. Many people even began to throw away their helmets and armor as they fled in a sorry state. Facing the Eastern deity Sword Legion that was like a ferocious beast, these ordinary soldiers had long been scared out of their wits. Because in their eyes, this group of silver-white armored soldiers was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Their saint weapons were very difficult to pierce through that layer of silver-white armor and injure them. More than a dozen people surrounded one person, and more than once the encirclement was broken by the opponent's intrepid aura and powerful battle strength. The soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion immediately chased after them on their magical beast mount. With the speed of the magical beast mounts, they quickly blocked the front of the army, blocking the path of the army, leaving the millions of soldiers with no way to escape. Those who surrender will not be killed. A loud shout came from the sky. The Eastern deity Sword Legion's deputy commander, Qin Wuming, loudly said. His loud and long voice continuously reverberated in the horizon. I surrender! I surrender, don't kill me! Finally, a few people with weak minds declared their surrender. With someone taking the lead, the other people's final line of defense collapsed, causing more and more people to join the camp of surrendering. For a moment, sounds of surrender rang out everywhere. The moment the army surrendered, the 11 Heaven Saint Masters of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom looked at each other, then silently turned around and flew away. They had not come here to fight the experts of the Qin Empire, but to become the spiritual pillar of the 5,000,000-strong army. Now that the army's morale had completely fallen, there was no need for them to continue staying here. The 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire did not wait for Jianshan's orders and took the initiative to chase after them. Both parties quickly disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 493. The Qin Huang Kingdom's 10 imperial teachers were fighting in the distance. They were very far away from the stronghold, so they couldn't see anyone. They could only hear the loud noises coming from the distant sky. All kinds of elemental powers were exploding in the sky, flashing with colorful lights. Jianshan and the others didn't seem to care about the battle in the distance. They didn't even look at it because they were very confident in the strength of the Qin Empire's imperial advisors. The 11 experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were no match for the 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. General Qin Wuming, take over the fortress, Jianshan said to Qin Wuming. Yes. Qin Wuming replied and immediately rode his magical beast into the fortress to make arrangements. Now that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's army had surrendered, the fortress had been completely taken over by the Eastern Deity Sword Legion. The battle stopped and the 500,000 soldiers of the Kingdom of Jessan slowly moved into the fortress to rest and reorganize. In this battle, the Eastern Deity Sword Legion had lost 96 people. Over 20,000 people were lightly injured and over 3,000 were heavily injured. They had killed over 1 million enemies and captured over 3 million. The result of this battle was very glorious. Only the elite armies of the 8 great kingdoms and the 3 great empires could achieve such a glorious battle result. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire all returned. Xiao Tian said to Jianshan, "We killed 3 of them. The other 8 escaped with heavy injuries." Yes. Jianshan nodded and said, "The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom has a total of 15 experts. Back then, 4 of them died in the Kingdom of Jessan. Now 2 of them have been killed by you. In other words, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom only has 9 Heaven Saint Masters left. Right now, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom is of no threat to us at all. Although they have many ordinary soldiers, as long as we interfere, no matter how many soldiers they have, they will not be able to avoid defeat," Xiaotian said. Jianshan nodded in agreement and said, "That's right, the disparity between our military strength and theirs is too great. If necessary, we should also take action and try to reduce the losses of the Eastern Divine Sword Legion. Alright, you guys can go and rest and continue tomorrow." After the army rested for a day, they continued their journey the next day. Their target was the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's imperial city. At the same time, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom also began to deploy troops on a large scale. The fortresses in the other 3 directions also sent out large amounts of troops and war resources to the imperial city. All the experts in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's army had already gathered in the imperial city, preparing for the final resistance. At the same time, this was also the final battle that would determine the survival of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. The war between the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and the Qin Empire, one of the 8 great nations of the continent, had spread like wildfire in this region. It was extremely shocking, and the surrounding kingdoms were all paying close attention to this matter. A large number of spies had gathered in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, closely watching this battle. As the news of the Qin Huang Kingdom spread, the Jessan Kingdom's reputation soared as well. Its status rose at an unimaginable speed. It went from being a small, unknown kingdom to a powerful existence that could not be provoked. The Qin Empire's attack on the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom made many kingdoms know of the close relationship between the Kingdom of Jessan and the Qin Empire. After 3 days of trekking, the million-strong army of the Qin Empire and the Kingdom of Jessan finally arrived at their final destination, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's imperial city. The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's imperial city was extremely large. It was a king-level city, and its defensive capabilities were even stronger than that of a fortress. The 100-meter-high city walls were covered with a layer of reinforced steel plates that were a foot thick. It was as if the city walls were covered with a set of heavy armor. This layer of reinforced steel plates was not only heavy, but also many times harder than ordinary steel plates. Right now, almost all of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's military strength was gathered here, preparing for a life-and-death battle with the Qin Empire. As the space within the city was not as spacious as a fortress, it could not accommodate too many soldiers. Therefore, there were already over 2 million soldiers gathered outside the imperial city. The crowd was as dense as ants, and as far as the eye could see, one could only see swathes of heads. Rows of magic crystal cannons and crossbow carriages were set up on the ground, aiming ahead. Behind the army, hundreds of magic crystal cannons and even more crossbow carriages were set up on the city walls. Although there were millions of people gathered here, there was not the slightest bit of noise. The entire place was deathly silent, and this scene was incomparably strange and oppressive. Opposite the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, rows of the Eastern Deity's Sword Legion, clad in silver-white armor, were all mounted on magical beast mounts. The entire army was filled with a ferocious aura that was similar to that of magical beasts. At the very front of the army, only Jianshan and the 13 experts of the Qin Empire were there. The king of the Kingdom of Jessen, Princess Yu, Changyangba, Mingdong, Dugu Feng, Kafir, Yi Ming, Senioren, and Yunzheng were all at the back to avoid any accidents. This was because this battle was destined to be much more tragic than the one at the northern fortress. This was the last battle that would determine the survival of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom would definitely fight to the death. For the sake of everyone's safety, Jianshan had them all retreat to the back. The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and the Qin Empire's armies were locked in a stalemate, waiting for either side's commander to give the order for the battle to erupt. After 2 hours of stalemate, Jianshan turned to Qin Wuming and said, "Give the order to attack." The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom looked like they were going to fight to the death, so Jianshan could not be bothered to waste time persuading them to surrender. Qin Wuming nodded slightly, then waved his hand and shouted, "Attack!" Just as Qin Wuming's voice fell, a series of cannon shots suddenly rang out from the rear of the Eastern Deity Sword Legion. Countless fireballs with extremely unstable energy fluctuations flew over the heads of the Eastern Deity Sword Legion's soldiers, then fell into the dense crowd of Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's soldiers. Half of these magic crystal cannons were taken from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's fortress, while the other half were carried by the Eastern Deity Sword Legion. They had always been separated and placed in their spatial rings, only taking them out when necessary. As the most elite legion of the Qin Empire, not only were they all powerful, they even had all kinds of war tools. Previously, when they attacked the northern fortress of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, they did not need to use the magic crystal cannons at all, so they did not use them. However, the defensive power of the imperial city was much stronger than that of the fortress, and the defensive power of the city walls was also much stronger than that of the fortress. The surface of the city walls was covered with a layer of reinforced steel that was 1 foot thick, and even the magical beasts they were riding on would have a hard time breaking through it with their claws. It was simply impossible for them to climb up the city walls like they did against the fortress. Faced with such a situation, they had already reached the point where they had no choice but to use the magic crystal cannons. Boom, 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 or with a series of loud explosions, countless fireballs exploded where the soldiers were the most concentrated, creating deep craters in the ground. The surrounding soldiers were either directly killed or injured. Just a single wave of attack had caused the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's soldiers to suffer heavy casualties. At the same time, the commander of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom also gave the order to attack. The magic crystal cannons on the ground and on the city walls simultaneously fired in the direction of the Qin Empire. Several hundred energy cannons tore through the sky, falling like meteors towards the Eastern Deity Sword Legion. Jianshan and the 13 experts behind him all soared into the sky at the same time. The 14 Heaven Saint Masters scattered in the air and struck out with their palms. Surging energy of the world surged forward, stopping the energy cannons from advancing. In the end, the several hundred energy cannons flew less than 500 meters before they lost their momentum and fell to the ground. The ground below just happened to be the front line of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's ground troop. Not only did this wave of energy cannons fail to injure a single soldier of the Eastern deity Sword Legion, it even killed quite a few of their own people. Bastards, you've gone too far. You've actually interfered in the battle between ordinary soldiers. An angry roar suddenly rang out from the city walls of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Shortly after, 19 Heaven Saint Masters flew up from the city walls and faced off against Jianshan and the 14 experts in the air. Seeing 19 experts suddenly appear from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, a trace of surprise flashed through Jianshan's eyes. This was because, according to his calculations, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom only had 9 experts left. Now that 10 more people had suddenly appeared, it really did surprise him. I never thought that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom would have outside help. I wonder who dares to become enemies with the Qin Empire. Jianshan sneered as he looked at the dozen people in front of him. A cold light flickered in his eyes. A middle-aged man in tight robes clasped his hands and calmly said, "We are from the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Now that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom belongs to our sect, we hope that everyone from the Qin Empire can withdraw from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom." Chapter 494. A middle-aged man in tight attire cupped his hands and said with a calm expression, "We are from the Dragon and Tiger sect. Now that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom belongs to our Dragon and Tiger sect, we hope that everyone from the Qin Huang Kingdom can withdraw from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom." Jianshan frowned slightly, and his expression turned gloomy. Although he didn't know where the Dragon and Tiger sect came from, he knew that the Dragon and Tiger sect's strength wasn't simple based on the fact that they weren't afraid of the Qin Empire. However, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was a country that Jianshan had to destroy. The Dragon and Tiger sect's sudden intervention to protect the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom made Jianshan very unhappy. The expressions of the 10 Qin Empire imperial advisors and the 3 Qin Wuming sons turned ugly after hearing the middle-aged man's words. Their eyes flashed coldly. Your Dragon and Tiger sect actually interfered with the matters of the Qin Empire. Do you want to become enemies with the Qin Empire? One of the Qin Empire's imperial advisors said in a deep voice. He was one of the 5 imperial advisors who came with the army. The middle-aged man who spoke didn't seem to be afraid of the Qin Empire. He smiled and cupped his hands, saying calmly, "Your Excellency's words are too serious. Our Dragon and Tiger sect doesn't want to become enemies with the Qin Empire. It's just that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom has already become a power of our Dragon and Tiger sect. It's only natural that we interfere with the matters of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom." At this point, the middle-aged man paused for a moment, as if he felt that protecting the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was enough to show his unyielding attitude. He immediately softened his tone to save some face for the Qin Empire. He didn't want to offend the Qin Empire because of this matter. Our Dragon and Tiger sect is clear about the small misunderstanding between the Kingdom of Jessen and the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. This matter is indeed the fault of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Here we, the Dragon and Tiger sect, represent the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom to apologize to everyone. At the same time, we are willing to compensate the Kingdom of Jessen with a large sum of money. We hope that we can turn hostility into friendship in the future. The middle-aged man clearly had a high position in the Dragon and Tiger sect. Not only could he represent the Dragon and Tiger sect, but he could also decide the fate of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom with a single sentence. A cold smile appeared on Jianshan's face. Although he knew that the Dragon and Tiger sect was not afraid of the Qin Empire, he was not afraid at all. He said in a deep voice, "I will definitely destroy the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. This is an unchangeable ending. If your Dragon and Tiger sect insists on getting involved, then don't blame us." Jianshan's attitude was very unyielding, letting everyone see his unshakable determination to destroy the heavenly eagle kingdom. The middle-aged man's complexion slightly changed. A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. Jianshan's words had angered him. As for the other experts of the dragon and tiger sect, their complexions became very ugly. Jianshan's words were undoubtedly a threat in their ears. The great battle below did not stop. The energy waves from the magic crystal cannons constantly shot through the air and bombarded the enemy's camp, causing dust to fill the sky. The 500,000-strong army of the Eastern deity Sword Legion was fiercely exchanging fire with the army of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, who outnumbered them by more than 10 times. The great battle below did not affect the experts in the sky. The middle-aged man in blue from the Dragon and Tiger sect coldly stared at Jianshan. He said in a deep voice, "You must be the 4th young master of the Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Shoten. To be able to reach the realm of Heaven Saint Master at such a young age, you are indeed the first person in the history of the Tianyuan continent. However, young Master Changyang Shoten, this is a negotiation between my Dragon and Tiger sect and the Qin Empire. What qualifications do you have to participate? Unless you can represent the Qin Empire?" The middle-aged man had already obtained enough information about Changyang Shoten from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. However, he only knew what the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom possessed. Changyang Shoten is the imperial protector of my Qin Empire. Does my identity as the imperial protector of the Qin Empire not represent my Qin Empire? Before Jianshan could reply, Xiao Tian furiously roared. His gaze toward the middle-aged man was extremely sharp. Xiao Tian's words caused the expressions of all the experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and the Dragon and Tiger sect to drastically change. They all stared at Jianshan in shock. Even Xiao En, who had interacted with Jianshan a few times before, could not help but cry out, "What? He's the imperial protector of the Qin Empire." Xiaoen's face was filled with shock and disbelief. No one had thought that the 4th young master of the Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Shoten, would actually be the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. However, this also explained why the Qin Empire would spend so much effort to aid the kingdom of Jessan. Jianshan did not reveal the slightest bit of complacency after his identity was revealed. He still maintained the same expression as before. He looked at the group of people in front of him with an unsightly expression and said, "Now I have the qualifications to represent the Qin Huang Kingdom." The middle-aged man from the Dragon-Tiger sect swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. In his heart, he felt some regret for the words he had just said. Who would have thought that the imperial protector of the Qin Huang Empire was this young man in front of him? Although the Dragon and Tiger sect was one of the top clans in the Tianyuan continent and did not fear the Qin Huang Empire, there was still a large gap between their strength and the Qin Huang Empire. The reason why they dared to obstruct the Qin Huang Empire was because there were many factors involved. Firstly, they were very far away from the Qin Empire. If the Qin Empire wanted to deal with the Dragon and Tiger sect, they would have to pay quite a price. With the Dragon and Tiger sect's strength, they would be able to cause a certain amount of damage to the Qin Empire. Secondly, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had now become the territory of the Dragon and Tiger sect. It was completely under their control, so it was perfectly justifiable for them to interfere in this matter. They had always been on the side of reason. Thirdly, the cause of this matter was just too small. It was so small that the Dragon and Tiger sect believed that they would be able to resolve the matter with an apology and some compensation. This was because the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had not caused any substantial damage to the kingdom of Jessan. The deaths of a few soldiers and the destruction of the palace were insignificant matters. At most, they would lose some face. Now that the kingdom of Jessan had joined forces with the Qin Empire to attack the imperial capital of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, they had regained the face they had lost long ago, or even more. Moreover, the Dragon and Tiger sect was not a pushover. They were certain that the Qin Empire would not become enemies with them over such a small matter, which was why they dared to interfere so boldly. This was because the Dragon and Tiger sect also had Saint Ruler expert. It was just that they did not have as many as the Qin Empire. However, they had now offended the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. This matter was no small matter. The position of the imperial protector of the Qin Empire was not inferior to the king. If the opinions of several imperial protectors were united, they could even dismiss the current king. If this matter was not handled properly, this small matter in the Dragon and Tiger sect's eyes would immediately escalate. In the end, the two forces might really end up in a huge conflict. The middle-aged man immediately clasped his hands at Jianshan and apologized. "I am the vice-sect leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Hu Ba. I have offended you first." Hu Ba sincerely apologizes to Lord Imperial Protector. "I hope that Lord Imperial Protector will not take this matter to heart." The middle-aged man's attitude towards Jianshan immediately changed. At the same time, he understood that Jianshan was the key to solving this problem. Whether the conflict between the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and the Kingdom of Jessen could be resolved peacefully would all depend on his opinion. Jianshan did not care about such a small matter. He said, "Vice-sect leader Hu Ba, I will still say the same thing. I will destroy the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. It's not too late for your Dragon and Tiger sect to withdraw now." Jianshan had spent so much effort to get so many reinforcements from the Qin Empire. How could he withdraw so easily? It could be said that Jianshan would not give up until he achieved his goal. The vice-sect leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Hu Ba's expression changed slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Imperial Protector, is it worth it to make an enemy out of my Dragon and Tiger sect over such a small matter? It's not that we have a grudge against your Dragon and Tiger sect. You are the one who insisted on interfering. I will say this one last time. It's not too late for you to withdraw from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom," Jianshan said, giving the Dragon and Tiger sect a final warning. "Since the Imperial Protector insists on doing this, then we have nothing to talk about," Hu Ba said in a deep voice. Although the Qin Empire was stronger than the Dragon and Tiger sect, the Dragon and Tiger sect did not fear the Qin Empire. Moreover, the difference between the Qin Empire and the Qin Empire was too great. If the Qin Empire wanted to deal with the Dragon and Tiger sect, not only would they have to expend a large amount of effort, they would also have to pay a certain price. Following Hu Ba's words, the experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and the Dragon and Tiger sect prepared for battle. Now that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had the support of the Dragon and Tiger sect, they had more than enough strength. Jianshan coldly snorted. He waved his hand and yelled, "Go!" The 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Huang Empire, Qin Wuming, and his 2 sons immediately charged forward, engaging in a great battle with the experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and the Dragon and Tiger sect. As the core members of the Qin Huang Empire, they were well aware of the strength of the Qin Huang Empire, so they did not place the Dragon and Tiger sect in their eyes. This was because the Qin Huang Empire had far more Heaven Saint Masters and Saint Rulers than the Dragon and Tiger sect. Furthermore, the Qin Huang Empire also had many vassal kingdoms, which was also a huge force. Imperial Protector, let Hu Ba have a taste of your skills. The vice-sect master of the Dragon and Tiger sect threw caution to the wind. The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was extremely important to them because it was the key for the Dragon and Tiger sect to advance once again. Therefore, they had to protect the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Moreover, the Dragon and Tiger sect had coveted the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom for a long time. They had tried to negotiate with the king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom more than once, but they had all failed. Now that the king was finally willing to hand over the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom to them, they obviously would not give up so easily. Even if they had to offend the Qin Empire, they would not give up so easily. Chapter 495. Although Hu Ba only looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, His true age was over 200 years old. His talent for cultivation was not bad either, having already reached the 5th cycle of Heaven Saint Master. Coupled with his status as the vice-sect master of the sect of Dragon and Tiger, he had also grasped an extremely powerful Heaven-tier battle skill. His overall battle prowess was no weaker than Xiao Tian's. Although Jianxin's age was not enough to enter Hu Ba's eyes, Hu Ba already had a rough understanding of Jianxin's strength from George N. He did not dare to underestimate Jianxin at all, so he used his full strength right from the start. His mountain splitter blade was powerful and heavy as it slashed towards Jianxin with dense earth-attributed saint force. The blade tore through the air with an ear-piercing sound. With a thought from Jianxin, countless arm-thick steel crossbow bolts floated into the air and shot towards Hu Ba with a lightning-like speed covered in a layer of azure and violet sword chi. The scene was shocking and magnificent. Over 10,000 crossbow bolts shot through the air, and the sound of them tearing through the air overlapped with each other, forming an ear-piercing sound. Seeing over 10,000 crossbow bolts shooting up from below and noticing the faint layer of azure and violet light on the bolts, Hu Ba immediately thought of George N's words. His expression immediately changed. The blade that was originally aimed at Jianxin was forcefully changed and slashed downwards. With a wave of the mountain splitter blade, a 5 to 6 meter long blade of yellow light suddenly flashed and shot towards the incoming bolts with a thunderous speed. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 bolts collided with the blade of light. Hu Ba's blade of light was much more powerful than he had imagined. With a series of crisp sounds, a large number of bolts were either blown away or cut into two by the blade of light. After all, this was the full-strength attack of a 5th cycle Heaven Saint Master. Its power could not be underestimated. Even though Hu Ba's blade of light was extremely powerful, there was still a moment when its energy was used up. It only managed to cut through a few hundred bolts before the blade of light dissipated due to the lack of energy. The remaining bolts did not slow down at all and continued to shoot towards Hu Ba. Hu Ba's expression was rather serious as he said, "Normal steel bolts actually have such power under your control. Even a Heaven Saint Master's protective aura would not be able to block such an attack. However, it can't threaten me. Earth God's armor." A rich yellow light burst out from Tyrant Tiger's body. In an instant, it condensed into a set of golden armor on the surface of his body, exuding a layer of faint golden light. Earth Saint Force had the strongest defense out of the 6 element. It was known as the Supreme Defense. As a 5th cycle Heaven Saint Master, if Hu Ba used his full strength to condense an armor around his body, its defense would definitely be extremely strong. It would be able to block a few attacks from a Heaven Saint Master without shattering. Not to mention, he was currently using a high-level Earth-tier support skill, the Earth God's Armor. The Earth God's Armor was a defensive skill that was completely tailored for Earth Saint Force experts. Its defense was extremely strong. If he wore this armor, even a Heaven Saint Master would have a hard time injuring him. This was because the Earth-tier battle skill used by a Heaven Saint Master could only barely scratch the surface of the Earth God's armor. In order to injure Hu Ba who wore the armor, only a Heaven-tier battle skill would be able to do so. With the protection of the Earth God's armor, Hu Ba ignored the crossbow bolts below him. When the crossbow bolts landed on his body, only a series of collisions could be heard. These crossbow bolts with violet and green sword chi were unable to harm Hu Ba at all. Even so, the powerful impact of the crossbow bolts still caused Hu Ba's body to sway. "Ha!" Hu Ba angrily roared. The mountain breaker blade in his hand shot out a 3-meter-long blade light. He slashed out a few times like lightning, leaving behind layers of blade shadows in the air. He knocked away all the bolts in the surroundings and then immediately charged towards Jianxin. "Go!" At this moment, 3 swords formed from countless bolts floated in front of Jianxin. With a soft roar, the 3 swords formed from bolts shot towards Hu Ba who was charging towards him. "Insignificant skill, break for me!" Hu Ba growled. The mountain breaker blade carried a surge of saint force as it collided with the three swords. The three swords were shattered and countless bolts as thick as an arm shot out in all directions. However, just as the three swords were shattered, Hu Ba's face suddenly became serious. He saw that Jianchen had already arrived in front of him. His originally empty right hand suddenly had two beams of light, one purple and one green. Could this be the mysterious power that George N said could destroy his saint weapon? Hu Ba's face became incomparably serious. Facing a power that could easily destroy a saint weapon, even he couldn't help but be cautious. Jianchen used the Azure Sword Spirit's origin energy as the Light Wind Sword and used it to attack Hu Ba's chest. However, Hu Ba already knew the power of the origin energy of the Azure and Violet Sword Spirits, so he didn't dare to take it head-on. He hastily retreated while shouting. A huge blade of light that was over 10 meters long shot out from the saint weapon. It chopped towards Jianchen with a force that could split a mountain. The faint image of a mountain flashed, giving people a feeling that it was extremely powerful. Earth Tier Battle Skill. Feeling the faint pressure on his body, Jianchen revealed a disdainful sneer. Unless he encountered a Heaven Tier battle skill, these Earth Tier battle skills were no threat to him. Jianchen controlled the Azure Sword Spirit's origin energy to block Hu Ba's Earth Tier battle skill. Without any hesitation, he immediately chased after Hu Ba. The Azure Sword Spirit's origin energy transformed into the Light Wind Sword and was continuously stabbed by Jianchen. Chapter 496. Although Hu Ba had heard from Qiao En that the purplish-green light could not be touched, he still wanted to try and see if the strange purplish and green light was as powerful as Qiao En had said. Hu Ba roared as he changed from holding the blade with one hand to holding it with both hands. The veins on his arms bulged as a surge of saint force flowed through his arms and into the mountain-splitting blade in his hands. With the infusion of saint force, the mountain-splitting blade began to shine brightly, gradually turning from an earthy yellow light to a golden light. The dazzling golden light was like a dazzling sun in the sky, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Hu Ba's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp as he locked onto Jianchen. With a low voice, he said word by word, "Heaven Tier battle skill, sun-swallowing gold." As soon as he finished speaking, a pressure suddenly came from the heavens and earth. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on Jianchen's body, causing Jianchen's floating body to sink slightly. The huge pressure caused Jianchen's clothes to stick tightly to his body. Jianchen's expression finally became serious at this moment. He didn't care about Earth Tier battle skills, but facing Heaven Tier battle skills, he had to be careful and cautious. Back then, old sect Master Yang Jizong's Heaven Tier battle skill had already posed a slight threat to him, let alone Hu Ba, who was even stronger than old sect Master Yang Jizong. He couldn't afford to be careless. Although Earth Tier battle skills and Heaven Tier battle skills were only one level apart, the difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used the words earth and heaven to differentiate battle skills. Jianchen's eyes suddenly exploded with two bright lights. In the next moment, one purple and one green light flashed in Jianchen's eyes, causing Jianchen's eyes to completely turn purple and green, as if they didn't belong to a human. Not only did they look strange, but they also looked extremely demonic, with a dense evil charm. Suddenly, the countless steel ballista bolts scattered all over the battlefield floated into the air. Even the steel ballista bolts prepared on the walls seemed to be bound by an invisible force as they all flew into the air at an extremely fast speed. In the end, they all hovered around Jianchen. Every single one of the steel ballista bolts gave off an azure violet sword chi that was even stronger than the previous bolt. In an instant, Jianchen's body was surrounded by countless steel arrows. As he stood in the center of the countless steel arrows, Jianchen seemed like a god that controlled everything in the world, mighty and inviolable. Several tens of thousands of steel arrows floated in the air, motionless. This scene looked very strange, startling the soldiers fighting below. They couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky, their faces full of shock. It was a long story, but everything happened in a single thought. And at this time, Huba's heaven-tier battle skill had also finished charging. He tightly gripped his mountain breaker blade with both hands as it streaked across the sky with a glaring golden light. It looked very ordinary as it slashed towards Jianchen. This slash looked very ordinary, like a farmer chopping firewood, but this simple slash seemed to contain some kind of profound mystery of the world. It actually made Jianchen feel like he couldn't dodge, as if he was surrounded by the slash's aura. There was no space for him to escape, and the only way out was to brace himself and block it. Jianchen's hands slowly moved in front of him as the several tens of thousands of steel arrows floating around him rapidly condensed in front of him. Under the control of Jianchen's powerful will, they instantly condensed into a 30-meter-long steel sword. It then shot forward with a dense layer of purplish-green sword chi. Jianchen didn't stop after the steel sword shot out. He grabbed at the air with both hands and 2 fire elemental swords condensed. They emitted heaven-burning flames as they followed behind the steel sword. A terrifying heat spread out, causing the temperature of the surroundings to rapidly rise. Although these methods couldn't block a heaven-tier battle skill, they could at least weaken its power and lessen some of the pressure on Jianchen. When Jianchen's attack collided with Huba's mountain breaker blade, there wasn't the expected explosion. The several dozen-meter-long steel sword couldn't resist at all as it was split in half. The fire elemental swords behind it were also scattered by the mountain breaker blade, turning into waves of fire that filled the sky and dissipated into the surroundings. Although Huba had easily broken through Jianchen's attack, Huba's heaven-tier battle skill had been weakened by Jianchen. It was no longer as powerful as it was at its peak, but it was still very terrifying. The origin energy in Jianchen's right hand burst out to 3 meters long as he directly flew up to meet the heaven-tier battle skill head-on. Boom! The collision this time caused a violent explosion that caused the sky to tremble and space to shake. Jianchen and Huba's figures had long since been swallowed by the violent storm of energy and disappeared without a trace. Jianchen and Huba's battle didn't affect the other experts. At this moment, a few more violent explosions came from nearby. The violent energy formed a terrifying shockwave that scattered the clouds in the sky. Several state preceptors from the Qin Huang Kingdom executed their heaven-tier combat skills at the same time, severely injuring their opponent. They fell from the sky while coughing up blood. 2 experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were killed in one hit by the heaven-tier combat skills. More than 20 Heaven Saint Masters were fighting in the sky. However, they were in a relatively high position, at least a few thousand meters in the air, so although the shock waves from the battle were fierce, they didn't cause much damage to the soldiers fighting on the ground. As the shock waves slowly dissipated, Jianchen and Huba's figures slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. The 2 of them were 50 meters apart, floating in the air and looking at each other. Their faces were slightly pale and their figures were in a sorry state. They could no longer maintain their previous elegance. There were a few pieces of torn cloth hanging on their clothes. On Jianchen's chest, there was even a bloody wound that stretched from his chest to his abdomen, dyeing his clothes red. He was clearly injured. However, the origin energy of the azure sword spirits in his hand still gave off a pure and solid color. Huba was a 5th cycle Heaven Saint Master after all. The heaven-tier battle skill he used was so powerful that even Jianchen couldn't avoid being injured. However, it was only a light injury and not a fatal one. As for Huba, who was facing Jianchen, the mountain breaker blade in his right hand had already become dim and had lost its previous color. On the edge of the blade, there was a conspicuous gap that was about the size of 2 fingers. Pfft! Suddenly, Huba spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, Huba's face became even paler. When he fought with Jianchen before, he wasn't injured at all. However, the moment his saint weapon and the origin energy of the sword spirits clashed. His saint weapon was as weak as a piece of tofu. It was easily destroyed by the origin energy of the sword spirits, and because of the saint weapon, he also suffered an extremely serious internal injury. Huba's expression was extremely serious as he looked at the gap on the mountain breaker blade. A look of shock flashed through his eyes before his gaze landed on the origin energy of the sword spirits in Jianshan's hand. He said in a deep voice, "Can you tell me just what kind of energy is this? It's actually so powerful." After truly experiencing the strength of the origin energy of the sword spirits, Huba's heart was filled with dread towards this energy. This energy was simply the nemesis of all experts. "No comment," Jianshan said. Huba snorted lightly and said, "If you abandon this energy, you are simply not my opponent." Jianshan mockingly looked at Huba and sneered, "If I were the same age as you, even if I didn't use this energy, you still wouldn't be my opponent." Hearing Jianshan's words, Huba was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but secretly curse himself for being foolish. He actually made such a low-level mistake and started arguing with a junior. "Vice Sect Leader Huba, although your strength is stronger than mine, you are definitely not my opponent. You cannot stop me from destroying the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom," Jianshan said expressionlessly. Huba's face turned cold and said, "Changyang Shoten, we indeed cannot stop you from destroying the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. However, my Dragon and Tiger Sect will remember today's matter. Although my Dragon and Tiger Sect's strength is not comparable to the Qin Empire's, it is not so easy to provoke. The future is long, let's wait and see." After throwing down these words, Huba called out to everyone and turned around to fly away. When the other powerful fighters from Dragon Tiger Sect saw that their Vice Sect Master had retreated, they also abandoned their opponents and turned around to fly away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind the few powerful fighters from Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Regarding their departure, the 13 experts of the Qin Empire did not stop them. The Dragon and Tiger Sect was also a peak clan with great strength. They did not want to have a bad relationship with the Dragon and Tiger Sect and create an enemy for the Qin Empire. When the Dragon and Tiger Sect retreated, the remaining experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were like deflated balloons. They immediately deflated and no longer had the courage to fight. The strength of the Imperial Advisor of the Qin Empire was originally stronger than them. He could almost fight 1 against 2. Even though he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, he was still able to fight evenly with them. Not to mention, now that the Imperial Advisor had doubled their strength, if they continued to fight, not only would they have no chance of winning, they would not even have the ability to escape.